I went to the library yesterday to drop off some books that were due, but when I drove up to the outdoor book return, the chute wouldn't open. I figured I must not have known how to open it, so I decided to go inside and return them. As I was walking towards the door, I noticed a man with earbuds sitting on a bench near the entrance. I thought nothing of it and kept walking, but when I got to the door, I found that it was locked. I was surprised because I didn't think the library would be closed yet. I knew they were supposed to be closed for Labor Day, but I didn't think it would be yesterday. There were cars parked outside too. I shrugged it off and walked back to my car, which was parked a few meters away. I didn't look behind me, but as I was walking back, I heard the man singing loudly to himself. It sounded more like he was yelling. He was saying, "Goa, Goa, Goa." I thought it was a little bit weird and wondered if he was directing it at me because I was leaving, but I just ignored it. I've never heard anyone sing to themselves in public like that, so it creeped me out a little, but not enough to raise red flags. As soon as I got back to the car, the man started waving at me to come over. I froze for a moment because I wondered what he needed. I was the only one in the parking lot, so I was sure he wasn't beckoning to anyone else. But then I remembered a warning my father had given me not to come over when a stranger beckons me. He specifically told me that because of this one encounter I had at a park that was similar. That's another story. Either way, I found it odd, so I locked my doors and drove away. He kept staring at my car as I left. I felt guilty because I didn't want to seem rude or stuck up, but I didn't know what his intentions were. I gave it some thought later and figured he might have just wanted to tell me that the library was closed, but if he had wanted to tell me, he could have told me when I was at the door. There was no reason for him to beckon me over after I had just gotten into my car. I honestly don't know what to make of it. I think I may have overreacted a little. I suppose I could have driven up to the curb and lowered my window, but I didn't like the idea of that either. It could have been completely harmless and I misjudged, but I can't tell for sure. I didn't mean to be rude, I just drove away because the situation creeped me out. Final edit. The title is a little misleading. A fairer way to say would be, please don't beckon at strangers.
I hate everything about Halloween. I don't want to see the decorations that come into local shops far too early. I don't want to see ghouls and ghosts. I don't even want to see pumpkins. I stay at home, turn off the lights so no trick-or-treaters come by. I wait for the holiday to end anxiously. I wasn't always like this, and I hate thinking about the catalyst that started it all. I was in 7th grade, and my brother was in the 9th grade. Ricky was so much nicer, kinder, and more handsome than I. I despised so many things about him, so every chance I got, I made fun of him. My friends did too. It never really bothered him until one October when we were watching a scary movie. and Ricky was hiding his face behind a pillow during a horror scene. He was sitting beside his girlfriend and we all laughed at him. She even laughed but tried to hide it. We called him a big scaredy cat. I could see he was upset, so I tried not to bring it up again. It was a bloody scene, after all, and not everyone is into that type of movie. Come Halloween, he tried to prove that he wasn't scared of anything. We all dressed up as superheroes, and he dressed as the Grim Reaper. I told my friends before we met up with Ricky and Sarah not to bring up the scary movie. Don't bring it up. Just leave him alone, I told them sternly. What if he screams like a little girl? Can we bring it up then? Danny laughed. I punched him in the arm. Ow! I was just kidding, he responded. I'm serious. Leave him alone tonight. I picked up my Captain America shield and we headed down the street. Ricky was pretty quiet, and him and Sarah held hands the whole night. They didn't really trick-or-treat, but they watched us. Danny's little sister was there with us too. She was only in 4th grade. As we finished trick-or-treating in our neighborhood, Danny asked if we could go a little further into town. There were some more dangerous parts of town my parent didn't let us go to, but Ricky wanted to prove he wasn't scared of anything, and agreed to take us all. I told him we didn't have to go, and it's okay, but he insisted. Everything was fine for the first few houses, but then we knocked on one door, where we heard a couple fighting. We should go, I tugged Ricky's sleeve. No, it's probably an act for Halloween. Ricky knocked again. I have a bad feeling about this, Sarah said. Just then, the door opened and a body dropped in front of us. It was a man covered in blood. We all stepped back and off the porch, but Ricky stayed put. Danny's little sister began crying and Sarah held her. It's just an act, guys. Ricky laughed and knelt beside the body. He even dipped his finger in the blood and even tasted it. That's when his face changed. The guy, covered in blood, reached for Ricky and grabbed his collar. Help me, he begged, and Ricky struggled to get the man off his shirt. As Ricky realized it wasn't an act, a tall woman in all black with blood on her face came up behind him with a knife. She tried to stab Ricky, but he walked back and fell down the stairs. The knife grazed his face, and we all began running. When we got home, we had to tell my parents what happened, and the police got involved. After the police wrote the report and left, I went to Ricky's room to see if he was okay. He wasn't responding to my knocks, so I opened the door slowly. He was sitting on his bed and staring at his hands that still had some blood on them. I tasted his blood. I thought it was candy. His eyes filled with tears. I laughed at a dying man. You didn't know. It's okay. I put my arm around him. I tasted his blood. He began, getting loud, and my parents rushed into the room and held him. They told me to leave as they tried to calm him down. It's been over 20 years, but Ricky still has that scar and has never been the same since that day. He isn't the kind, happy-go-lucky person he used to be. He's afraid of everything and everyone. It makes me feel terrible that I am now married with 2 children, and Ricky won't let people come into his apartment. He does, however, dress up on Halloween and walks around on the same street that he got the scar on. People have reported him to the police, but he always tells them the same thing. I don't want what happened to me to happen to anyone else. I joined a forum online to learn about lucid dreaming and how to control your dreams. It was during quarantine and I had nothing better to do. I always asked a question about things I was doing, like falling mid-flight or creating monsters and waking up out of fear. Then I got a private message by a user called Dear to Dream 42. She told me how I could be paired with a partner called a Master Dreamer, someone more skilled than myself and become an expert lucid dreamer. Seeing as she didn't ask for money, I felt I had nothing to lose. You could meet up in dreams with a Master Dreamer to show you how limitless the possibilities are, she wrote. I thought to myself how this isn't possible, but let's see what happens. I mean, what endless possibilities for people to meet up with others in their dreams. The problem was you have to find someone you're dream capable with. The rules were simple. You can only speak in wake hours about lucid dreaming. No small talk, no getting to know one another. No sharing photos, and definitely no becoming friends. After your dream master helps you lucid dream on your own, you would no longer work or speak with them. Within a week, I was paired with a master dreamer. Cora was perfect, kind and understanding. She saw potential in me. I told her what things I absolutely didn't want to see in my dreams and all the reasons behind not wanting to see them. I mean, not wanting to see blood or murder didn't need an explanation, but I told her about my fear of spiders because of a traumatic experience as a child. I told her my fear of drowning and other things that I hadn't shared with others. I asked her what things she did not want to see, and she told me not to worry about her, that somehow simultaneously calmed and intimidated me. I was nervous, but also I felt like she knew what she was doing. The first few days were hard because we'd be in the same dream, but we had to find one another. After we created methods and signs to find one another, we quickly began the process. She was beautiful, adventurous, and kind. I felt like I had a big sister showing me the ropes. It was like learning to ride a bike. While learning to fly in my dreams, I had moments I'd slowly be falling and she'd grab my hand each time. Don't overthink it, Adam. She must have said it to me 20 times in the first 2 weeks. It worked though. I stopped overthinking. Once I mastered flying, she taught me to conjure up different items. It started with food, which was my favorite. The first time I thought up an apple, it was half green and half red. She laughed at me. I know, I'm overthinking it. I tried again, and it was a perfectly red apple. It even tasted like an apple, but super sweet. Then she wanted to place a random vehicle around my dreams, and I had to get them started up. In most dreams, you don't have to have car keys, but the problem I always came across was the car changing. So, first I'm in a big Hummer with, in a few moments, it's a tiny car without any walls. She taught me to keep the car constant. The next lesson was about animals and insects. I created a beautiful butterfly whose wingspan was bigger than mine. I was so proud, and it was so beautiful. And not a moment later, Cora made a spider the same size as my butterfly, and the spider devoured my butterfly. I freaked out. I woke up immediately. I told myself she didn't do it on purpose, and it must have been an accident. I emailed her about the incident, and her response was, "It must have slipped my mind." There was no apology, but I believed her. The next few days went by pleasantly. We worked together in our dreams, and we even made an island. As I was flying above it, I saw Cora make a boat. I didn't know why she was doing that, so I went to ask. "Cora, are you going to sea?" I asked nicely. She turned around, gave me a blank stare, and then smiled. Within moments, I was on a boat in the middle of the water and freaking out. I tried to fly off the boat, but I was overthinking it and too anxious. I kept panicking, and the boat slowly began filling up with water, causing it to sink. I shouted for Cora, and she was nowhere to be found. I began cupping the water with my hands and throwing it out of the boat, but it was hardly doing anything. Did Cora do this on purpose? What was going on with her? Why was she changing out of nowhere? I looked behind me, and Cora was there, floating above the water, smiling. "Adam, you have to face your fears." She then disappeared. It was that moment that I feared more than the water. I tried to wake myself up, but I couldn't concentrate. Now the boat was mostly submerged underwater, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I sunk with the boat, and my heart began racing. As it was a dream, I could breathe underwater, and I thought to myself, this isn't too bad. I'll be okay. That's when I turned around and saw a whale shark. It opened its mouth and came right towards me. I closed my eyes tight, and when I opened them, I was awake. To this day, it makes no sense to me, but I had a gash on my left shoulder blade. It was as if the shark really did bite me. The wound was bad enough to be concerned with, but not bad enough for an ER visit. I wrote to Cora that I never want to see her again and that she cannot join me in my dreams. I was now incredibly fearful of my well-being, knowing that I could physically be injured in real life. I figured she'd back off and leave me alone, but she responded, "Someone's being dramatic." The next 3 nights I was afraid to go to sleep. I barely slept, and when I did, my entire dream consisted of me being on lookout. I was fed up and wrote in the dream forum about what happened to me. When I logged in later that day, I realized that my account had been deleted without any reason. I didn't know what was going on anymore. I was livid, and I was hurt, and mostly I was exhausted. I was tired of letting some stranger make me feel bad. That night, I went to sleep early and was ready to see Cora in my dreams. I called out to her and was ready to fight. I went from my bedroom to a dark, empty hallway. I heard her voice calling my name, but the echo came from many directions. Then the voice came directly behind me, and I turned around quickly. It was Cora, but she was a big spider. My anger made me overcome my fear. "I'm not scared of you." I grabbed a knife that I was holding and stabbed her directly in the stomach. She pulled it out and laughed. Then she grabbed me by the throat and lifted me off the ground, and then dropped me. She then disappeared. I began choking and coughing really hard. The hallway was slowly filling up with water. It now covered my hands. I was still coughing, and then I felt something come up my throat. It was a spider. I began choking up spiders. I kept coughing up spiders, and the hallway was filling up with water. I tried not to panic, but it was my two worst fears, and they were both happening worse than I could have ever imagined. I woke up covered in sweat and crying. That was 2 years ago, and I'm happily married with a baby on the way. I don't think about what happened often, but I'm writing this all to you now as it's 4 a.m. and I woke up abruptly. I went downstairs to get some water, and my wife had fallen asleep on the couch with her laptop on her chest. This normally happens when she has a big project coming up. I took her glasses off her face, folded them, and placed them on the coffee table. I then kissed her forehead. Then I picked up her laptop and wanted to make sure that what she was working on was saved before I closed it. That's when I saw it. She had logged in on a sleep forum, one that I used before I had even met her. Her username was Dare to Dream 42. My heart sunk, and I told myself that this can't be real. I wish I had found out that she was cheating, because this is so much worse. I looked at her, and she was still fast asleep. Maybe I remembered Cora's username incorrectly. I looked at her past messages, and she had messaged multiple people about helping them with their lucid dreaming attempts. In some, she introduced herself as Corey, some as Cora. It was her. I'm married to my worst nightmare, and I have no idea what to do, or even how to bring this up to her, or even if I should. Let me tell you a story about a European lady named Emma who went to Afghanistan in the 70s. The group she was with travelled by van to different regions. On their way to Buck, they made a stop in a small country area to get gas and some more food. Emma, who was very curious and intrigued, wandered off by herself. As she was taking photos of the trees, she found herself beside a lake. and saw a young boy sit beneath a large apple tree. In her broken Darley, she asked if she could have an apple. No, not from this tree. He didn't even look up at her, but was fixated on a small piece of wood in his hand. Any other tree is fine, but not this one. Well, why can't I have one from this tree? Emma was persistent. You can have one from any other tree. This one is important to me. Now he looked up at her. Trust me, you do not want one from this tree. She looked around at the other trees, but this tree had apples redder, fresher, and they even appeared juicier. She couldn't explain it, but she just had to have one from this tree. He warned her a third time that she couldn't have an apple from that specific tree. Then a woman's voice called out to him, and he ran home. Emma was excited. She didn't heed his warning. He probably just wants all these delicious ones to himself, she said as she began to reach for one. She grabbed an apple, washed it off in the lake, and took a bite. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. She had never tasted an apple so sweet. She grabbed a few more for the road and headed back to the van. Her friend, Margin, asked her where she had been, and she pointed at the tree. I made a friend. Margin didn't ask any questions, but looked over to where Emma pointed. The following day they had reached their destination in the north, and Emma had a throbbing headache. While everyone else was out shopping and sightseeing, she had to stay in bed. She was covered in sweat and had vivid nightmares all day long. It was the little boy from the tree, but he was half human, half animal. When she woke up and went to wash her face, she found leaves in her hair. She asked the Afghan woman in the house they were staying in if they had left the window open because she found leaves in her hair. Even if we left any windows open, there's no trees besides our home. It wasn't the response Emma wanted to hear, but she couldn't think straight either. Not with her serious headache. After 3 days in this condition, Emma knew she had to go back to the apple tree. She even had one apple left. I'll return this apple and everything will go back to normal. She tried to convince herself and calm down. On the way to Kabul, Emma asked if they could stop at the same country area, and the driver told her that would be fine. When they arrived, she still felt the intense headache, but she felt she may know how to heal it. She stepped out of the car and ran towards the tree. Immediately upon arriving, she did not see the boy anywhere. Bakarjan, she called out for him. Bakarjan, I have the apple. I'm sorry. I'm placing it back on this tree. She put the apple at the bottom of the trunk beside the roots. The apple shriveled within seconds and turned black. Emma gasped. Her headache got worse and she felt the water in the lake may help her. She stepped into the lake and immediately felt better. She began swimming and her headache left immediately. She began laughing and singing. The water felt so good on her skin. She never felt freer. After 30 minutes, she tried to get out of the water, but she felt she got stuck on something. She looked up and the boy was there. He was crying. He covered his face with his hands. "I tried to warn you," he cried. "I told you. Why did you do it?" "What do you mean? What's happening to me?" Emma began to panic. Then his mother called out again. He ran home, but now Emma realized his mother's voice wasn't coming from a distance, but rather the big tree with apples. She tried to get out of the water faster, but now her fingers had gotten hard, almost like a rough texture, and she had no grip. She felt something on her face. It was another leaf. She pulled the leaf from her hair, but this time it was painful to pull. It was attached to her scalp. She placed both hands on her head and tried to remove the leaves, but her head was full of them now. Margin, who saw her go towards the lake, went to check on her, but when she arrived, she screamed in horror. Emma was now sprouting apples and had leaves for hair. She ran and tried to help her out of the lake, but it was too late, as her feet had turned to roots and were intertwined with the other tree's roots. When she pulled on her arm, it felt as rough as tree bark. Some pieces of bark even came off her arms. "Please don't leave me, Margin. I'm scared. Please don't leave me." "I'll be right back, I promise. I'm coming right back. I'm not strong enough to get you out by myself." Margin pulled away from her, and Emma cried harder. "Please don't leave me. Please." Emma's voice began changing. She didn't sound like herself anymore. Her voice was becoming more hoarse. She couldn't speak anymore. It became entirely too difficult. Margin ran back to get help, but once the others arrived, Emma was nowhere to be found. There was only a lake and a few trees. One of them was new and attached to the larger tree. At the bottom of it was Emma's shawl. Margin cried. She kept saying sorry to Emma, but no one else believed what Margin saw. Nobody ever saw Emma again. A lot of people had theories, but none were confirmed. The only thing people knew for certain is they'd hear a woman crying while they swam in the lake. For the next few summers, Margin would visit the area and take some books to read besides the tree. She wasn't the only person that did this, and she saw some children, some men, and some women bring books, games, and even food to the trees surrounding the lake. Every once in a while, Margin felt a gentle breeze, and she closed her eyes to think of Emma.
I was jolted upright by the sound of my alarm. The clock read 6 a.m. I slammed my hand dramatically on the snooze button and let out a sigh for no one to hear. Same time every morning, but it never gets easier. I have been an insomniac ever since I was a child, plagued by vivid, detailed, reoccurring nightmares. It's as if I lived through entire days in some faraway land, only to wake up feeling drained and exhausted and ready for a good night's sleep. One I will never get. I drag myself out of bed and into the shower, getting ready for work in a dazed state, my body on autopilot. Looking in the mirror, I feel sick, seeing the lines on my face, the clear representation of how much time has passed since I've been stuck in this endless loop. The cycle of waking up, going to work, sitting behind a desk in a windowless room until the sun goes down, waiting impatiently for the day to end so I can go home, alone, to do nothing at all. Not daring to think too hard about anything, or to change my dismal routine, for fear that to break myself out of the trance of monotony would mean being forced to face the reality of how truly miserable my existence is. How empty. How lonely. Looking away in disgust, I feed my cat and leave for work. The day drags on. They all do. But this one in particular. It's getting harder to ignore the face in the mirror. The pathetic, sad face that was once dying to be free. That is now given in to the hopeless knowledge that this is how I will live and how I will die. Day in, day out. Day in, day out. Wake up. Wait for the day to end. Restless sleep. Repeat. Exhausted. Apathetic. Hollow. This is what real depression looks like, I think to myself. I had issues with anxiety and thoughts of suicide when I was young. I was angry, frustrated, hurt, scared. I felt overwhelmed by my emotions, trauma, deep suffering. I felt something. There was a fight in me. Even if that fight was directed towards the wrong people at all times. Even if the fear and anger destroyed any relationships I struggled to develop. I felt something. It was loud, like a constant screaming in my mind. Like a caged animal trying to claw its way to freedom. This fight, this rage, this fire within me is dead. The screaming has been replaced by silence that is somehow louder. The dark racing thoughts replaced with an even darker void of thoughtlessness. The fire consumed by a cold emptiness. The defense mechanisms I created to tolerate the chaos inside of me may have worked too well. They have quelled the insanity and the rage, the fear and frustration, by hollowing myself out, by emptying my mind and draining my spirit. Replacing everything I feel with a numb nothingness. Alone in the void. Left to learn the hard way. That numb, quiet loneliness is worse than any pain this life can throw at you. I would kill myself if I had the energy or drive to bother. Instead, I sit on the couch and scroll through Netflix until I finally fall asleep. I am suddenly awoken, startled from another horrific nightmare. Whatever pieces are left of my soul, twisted and distorted through years of my forced repression, now monsters that haunt me anytime I seek a moment of rest. You really can't bury the past. You can try, but it will crawl its way out of the grave to hunt you down. A much greater enemy now than it was when you buried it. In a sudden moment of impulsivity, I grabbed the sharpest knife I own and began filling the bathtub. This is how it really happens, I think to myself. Less of the drawn-out, planned scenario they show you in movies. The reason why most surviving friends and families talk of a loved one's suicide being sudden and without warning. It is hard to fight the survival instinct, ingrained deep in the primal mind of all creatures. The more time you have to think about it, the harder it will be. The guilt will creep in. the fear will overtake the desire to end it. It's a moment of impulsivity, when the fire inside you, the need to be free, the soul that you drowned out through sorrow and a cold apathy towards life, finally wakes up screaming, urging you to make a move, to do something now, before you fall back into the half-asleep and half-alive state of being you've grown so unfortunately accustomed to. I hold the knife to my wrist, trying to gather the courage to make sure I succeed. The last thing I want is to wake up in a hospital, everyone crying and doting over me. All the worst imaginable kind of attention for someone who lives such a solitary life. Just fucking do it already! I scream at the face in the mirror.
Yeah, just do it.
Another voice suddenly chimes in. I let out a shriek as the knife drops to the floor. I pick it back up and turn around, holding it out into the air, an empty threat in an empty room. Who's there? I ask through a shaky, panicked voice. Who said that? Who fucking said that? Fear becoming frustrated anger as a weak attempt by my subconscious to force my body into fight mode.
Go on. Do it. Kill yourself, you miserable bitch. Look at yourself. You're pathetic. What do you have to live for? Just a waste of space on an overcrowded planet. One less sad fuck in the line at the grocery store. Do the world a favor, you sad little shit.
The voice that spoke was like none I had ever heard. Raspy and harsh, like someone who managed to live 300 years smoking a pack of Marlboros a day. The voice clears its throat and coughs a few times, and when it speaks again, the sound is that of a fairly high-pitched tone for a male voice with a very thick British accent.
So, sorry I'm late. Why don't you stop pointing that knife at me and turn it back around? Please, go on. Don't stop my account.
What the actual fuck? I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Who are you? How did you get in my apartment?
Well, I'm not in your apartment exactly. See, it's more like a space between worlds in a realm of total chaos, and I have owned in on your location by the beam of your external misery, so I can sort of fuck with you from the earthnetic plane. Yada yada. I honestly don't know exactly how it works above my pay grade.
Yeah, okay, right, and why are you fucking with me from the etheric plane or whatever the fuck?
It's my job.
Right, it's your job?
Yep, I'm a demon.
Huh. Interesting line of work.
Yeah, I mean, it can be. The hours are pretty chaotic, and my boss is a real cunt, but, you know, I get up every day, and I push on best I can. Could be worse, of course. Could be floating around all day in the Lake of Souls or Pit of the Damned. So, I try to keep a positive attitude.
Right.
Anyway, not to rush you here, but do you think maybe you could get on with it? I was just minding my business, having a nice nap, when next thing I knew, I was hurled through all the time and space to this location to help you along with the whole process of turning over your soul to the eternal damnation, and quite frankly, I'm tired.
Get on with it?
Yeah, get on with the whole killing yourself thing.
Well, I mean, I was going to, but you sort of interrupted that process, and now I'm slightly more interested in the fact that there's some disembodied voice in my kitchen calling himself a demon and speaking with a Cockney accent.
Now don't get cheeky. I really need to meet my quota this month. I'm tired of being ridiculed day in, day out because Bill takes 3 teenage girls into a suicide pact and Clyde convinces an 8-year-old named Damon to kill his twin sister. Blah, blah, blah.
Gary whined.
Fucking overachievers. How hard is it to talk an 8-year-old into wanting all the attention? At least I'm willing to accept a challenge.
And with that, I burst into a fit of hysterical, uncontrollable laughter. Tears suddenly streaming down my face. Not even sure what I found so funny, but unable to stop even when I ran completely out of air.
Stop that! What's so funny?
The demon asked, clearly annoyed. This, all of this, it's just so ridiculous. Gotta hand it to that human survival instinct. I was so ready to end it this time. So ready. I guess my subconscious figured its last-ditch effort to keep me alive was to manufacture the hallucination of some demon who's total shit at his job, just to confuse me long enough to keep me from going through with it. Whew, my brain really is fascinating. I should have studied psychology.
Whoa, hey, kinda harsh. Maybe I'm not bad at my job. You're just shite at killing yourself.
This made me laugh even harder.
And screw you for suggesting your tiny little human brain would be able to manufacture something as complex and clever as myself.
More laughter.
I'm glad you're finding this all so amusing, but seriously, I have a quota to make, and if I lose another bet to Bill and Ted at the office, they'll never let me live it down. I'll be demoted to shit shoveler in no time. Just shoveling shit into the pit of souls day in, day out, while everyone laughs at poor little Gary for being mediocre in life and mediocre in death. Just as they like to remind me.
Well, that's not very nice, I said mockingly through my laughter.
Yeah, go on then. Make fun of poor stupid old good-for-nothing Gary, like everyone else.
Oh, gee, sorry, Gary. I'm Adam, by the way, and I'm pretty sure you called me a good-for-nothing cunt. Who should do the world a favor, but I guess we'll just let that slide.
Actually, I think I called you a pathetic bitch, but I told you already, I'm just doing my job.
Gary said, becoming increasingly frustrated. Yeah, well, definitely not well. I think I'd have to agree with Bill and Ted on this one. You may want to put in your 2 weeks' notice. Wait a minute. Are there really 2 demons in hell taking bets on your failure whose names are fucking Bill and Ted? I asked him.
There is.
I immediately burst out laughing again.
It's not funny. They make my life a living hell. Well, even more than it already is. No one ever sees my potential. I'm always the butt of some half-witted joke. You were supposed to be my big win. You were Ted's one big fuck-up, and I was gonna be the one to get you.
What are you talking about?
Remember when you were like 16, and you started doing a titload of drugs because you were all pissed off at life? Like a bratty little teenager.
Yeah?
Right, well, that was Ted's influence. He saw you were depressed and in a pretty weakened state emotionally, so he started popping in your dreams to chase you around so you wouldn't get any proper sleep. Anyway, he just figured the insomnia would drive you mad. He didn't even bank on you turning to hard drugs just to get some rest. He was quite proud of that one. Thought he had your soul in the bag, so he got complacent, started working on other cases. And then, by the time he got back to check on your status, you had somehow managed to clean up your act. Fucker actually got demoted from office manager for that one. It was hilarious. So anyway, thought it would be my big moment if I managed to be the one to take you down. For someone so frickin' pitiful, you have a surprisingly resilient soul, unfortunately for me.
Or you're just shit at your job, man.
Well, thanks a lot. Believe me, if I could take another job, I would. This is the best it gets for a demon in hell. It is hell after all.
Sounds more interesting than my job.
I mean, yeah, probably is. So, yeah, I mean, this has been an alright little chat and all, but could you please just get on with it? I would really just like to get back to my nap.
I mean, sorry, dude. It was kinda on a whim, an impulsive decision. I'm not really in the mood to kill myself anymore.
Damn it.
Honestly, I haven't laughed that hard in years. If anything, you prevented my suicide. If the whole demon thing doesn't work out for you, you should really consider a job in counseling.
Oh, you're hilarious. Well, shit. Now what? I can't go back to hell like this. Can't face stupid Bill and Ted. Not to mention, I have a performance review with the big guy at the end of this month. That's gonna be rough.
Gary said somberly. Sorry, Gary. Maybe if you stick around for a bit, I'll eventually change my mind. I'll be sure to give you all the credit when I get to hell. I softened my tone, surprised at the realization that I seemed to actually be hurting this demon's feelings.
Well, thanks, Adam. I do appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, sure thing, buddy. If you want, you can keep berating me for a while. Maybe if I have a constant voice in my ear reminding me I'm a worthless cow, it'll speed up the process.
Yeah, doubtful. Not even an overqualified demon such as myself could talk more shit on you than you already do. You're so mean to yourself. What could I possibly say to top it?
Yeah, fair point.
Let's see. You're ugly, stupid, nobody loves you, and you're kinda short, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, Gary. That's not gonna cut it. Probably should have left me alone. I was already doing a pretty good job of talking myself into an early grave before you came along, so no offense. But considering you really do make a terrible demon, I have to ask, how exactly did you become one? Are demons just born that way? Was it some weird voodoo curse or some shit?
Nice of you to ask, Adam. No one's really ever asked me before how I got into the son of it. It began a long time ago, when I was a boy. I used to be human once too, believe it or not. You certainly wouldn't know by my appearance, but no, we're not born this way. At least, I wasn't.
Can I see what you look like?
It's pretty bad. You're not gonna like it. I'm ugly as sin. Literally.
Oh, go on, Gary. Don't be shy.
Okay, look in the mirror. I should be able to picture you there.
I walked over to the mirror and watched intently as a figure appeared behind me. At first, just a black silhouette. It slowly began to take form. Gary was not exaggerating. I gasped in horror at the sight of it. A hideous, terrifying creature, the embodiment of evil. Its mouth full of broken and jagged teeth, its eyes pitch black and bulging, skin peeling from its face, revealing a gruesome black oozing decay underneath where blood should have been. Holy shit, Gary. You are pretty scary looking, my dude.
Oh no, it's gross.
No, it's It's really not that bad.
I was handsome once. Kind of. Oh, whatever. So anyway, I was going to tell you the story about how I became a demon.
Right, yeah, I'm actually pretty curious about that.
Alright. Well, yeah. So I was a boy, living in a small town in Norfolk. My dad was an asshole. My mum was alright. I had a decent childhood for the most part, except for the ruddy turd of a neighbour I was unfortunate enough to live next to. He was called Tom, and for whatever reason, got quite a laugh out of making my life absolutely miserable.
Why?
No idea, honestly. Never did a single thing wrong to that kid. Guess he was just one of those assholes who got off on picking on people. Always trying to one-up, make himself feel superior. He had quite the complex, that Tom. Anyway, whenever I'd be playing in the yard, trying to mind my business, enjoying myself, Tom would come over and make some sort of challenge out of whatever I was doing, telling me I was shit and that he could do better. He would challenge me to a race, push me to the ground midway through, and still brag in the most obnoxious way about how he won. That sort of push your buttons hard kind of bullshit. I know it was that stupid kid shit, but I was a kid too, and it really started to get into me. I hated him. I really did. I honestly wish I hadn't even allowed him to take up so much space in my head, but that fucker really got under my skin, you know?
Yes, I do know. Some people just seem to think the smaller they make you feel, the bigger and better it makes them, I told him.
Yep, that was Tom, always belittling me as if it somehow made him the better man. It was bad, but I could deal with it. Until Sarah moved into the small farmhouse down the way. Sarah, from the moment I saw her, I loved her. She was beautiful, blonde hair, blue eyes, perfect. And she was kind too, very kind to me. We became friends instantly. We would take long walks together, we would talk and laugh for hours. I loved her more than anything. I was planning on asking her to marry me.
Aw, she sounds cool.
She really was. Until Tom came along. Dug his grubby little hooks into her. He made up a bunch of awful lies about me to try to scare her off. Said I used to kill old barn cats for sport, that I was cruel to other kids when we were young. Might as well have been describing himself when he talked about me. I don't understand why she believed him. She knew me. But he was a cunning fucker. Wormed his way into her ear, implanting himself in her head. She stopped talking to me. And not after long, they were married.
Oh shit, Gary. That's awful. I'm sorry, man.
The worst part was, he didn't even love her. He didn't care about her at all. He only did it to hurt me. I will never understand that. How someone could be so cruel they would go to such lengths just to hurt someone else. Just to come out on top. He would parade her around, always trying to make me jealous. Rumours started around town about how he would hurt her, how he spoke to her in public. He treated her terribly. But she stayed out at duty to the vow she had made, because that's the type of person she was. Anyway, I tried to block it out. I was saving money to move far away from that awful little town, away from Sarah and away from Tom. I loved to fish, so to make a little extra money, I would go out to the local pond in my little canoe and sit out there in peaceful stillness. Catch a few fish, sell them at the market. It was nice. I enjoyed the solitude. I would drift out onto the pond in my own little world, away from anyone who could disturb me. So, of course, Tom hated that. He hated that I found something that I enjoyed, that I was good at, better than him, and he knew it. So, one day he came to me, with a bet. He offered me more money than I made in a week if I could catch a larger fish than he could. I tried to refuse. I did not want Tom spoiling my happy little world in the pond, but I needed that money and I knew I would win. I wanted to take his money and use it to make my grand exit, so I accepted.
Oh boy.
Yep. The next day we went out in my canoe. I tried to block him out as he taunted me, and the sound of his voice alone was enough to make my blood boil. "Shut up, Tom," I repeated to him over and over, but more frustrated because the more he prodded, reveling in knowing he was getting under my skin. But he hadn't caught a single fish. I'd caught about 5 already. I turned the tables and began to laugh, and reminded him that for all his shit talk, it seemed we had found something I could do better. Something he couldn't cheat at to win, like he did when we were kids. I could see he was getting angry, and this fueled a sick sense of pleasure deep inside me. In that moment, I finally understood how Tom felt all the time. That was the only sense of pleasure he knew how to derive from life. And in that brief moment of empathy, I actually pitied him. Glad that I could find peace in my art and joy from something as simple as fishing, while all he felt was rage and a need to hurt other people to make himself feel better. But, like I said, the moment was brief. And then there was a bite, and a sharp tug on my line. I could tell it was a big one. It took me at least 10 minutes to reel it in. It nearly tipped the boat as it tried to swim down to safety of deeper water. But when I finally pulled it up, it was beautiful. A massive fish, larger than I'd ever caught in the pond. I laughed, and of course I rubbed it in Tom's face that it was time to go home. That there was no way he could catch a larger one than that. I carefully removed the hook, getting ready to toss it back in the pond. "Aren't you going to sell it at the market, Gary?" Tom asked. "No way. Sure, I can make some decent money of a fish this size, but this beauty deserves to be free. This big guy's been in this pond a while to get to this size, and no one here has managed to catch him until now. I will let him continue breeding so that there will be more like him in the future for someone else like me to enjoy. Because unlike you, Tom, some of us are able to enjoy things like fishing, like the compassion of a good woman, like the warmth of the sun. Some of us can feel joy without the needing to cheat and steal it from others. Searing pain, blackness. It took me a moment to realize what happened. Tom had punched me square in the nose. Blood was squirting out my face, stained the sides of the boat, and before I could get myself together, I watched helplessly as he bashed the life out of my beautiful catch with an empty half bottle, laughing as he beat the skull out of that poor bastard beyond all recognition. And just like that I snapped. Years of his torment, countless hours of mental energy wasted on my hatred of this sorry fucker, and I finally snapped. I shoved him as hard as I could, and right over the side he went. The boat rocked violently, but somehow managed to stay upright as I watched him flail and panic to keep his head above water. "Help! I can't fucking swim, Gary! Help!" I reached over the side of the boat, grabbed his hand. "Look, another thing I'm better at. Swimming." Couldn't help but point that out and laugh. "Fuck you, you stupid loser!" he shouted at me while sucking in water between breaths. "That stupid bitch Shira, she would have married you, you know. I made her hate you. I told her every lie I could think of to make sure she chose me over you. And you were too big of a fucking coward to man up and try to win her back. You just laid down to die like the worthless waste of man you are." Even knowing that he would drown, and that I was the only one there to save his life, he still couldn't help himself. He still couldn't keep his mouth shut. He still felt the need to berate me while swallowing more and more pond water with every word he spoke. So I let go. I let go of his hand, and I grabbed my oar and paddled away. His panicked screams, full of rage and hate, slowly fading behind me. I rode away with a smile on my face and never looked back. I had never known what true contentment felt like until Tom was gone. Like a weight lifted off me, I finally truly understood peace. But about a week later, I was trampled to death by a stampede of horses that were accidentally sprung from the corral of the neighbouring farm. Figures, right? Anyway, I woke up in hell with this mess of a face, damned for all of eternity, doomed to live out my biggest sin over and over. To exist in a constant state of rage, taking it out on all those tortured souls, misdirecting my own misery onto them. Damned to be, well, Tom, basically. God definitely has a pretty fucked up sense of humour. Meanwhile, stuck at the office with a whole bunch of other arseholes just like Tom, just like me. Worst part, can't find Tom. It's been like 100 years at least, and I can't fucking find him down there. I swear to God, if that arsehole made it to heaven.
Gary, wow, I am so sorry. That really does not seem fair at all. Maybe he's down in the pit? Maybe you just can't see him. Maybe you'll even be shoveling shit on his face for the next 100 years?
I sure do like to hope so, Adam. That's about all I have left to hope for, if I'm being honest with myself. Most likely, I'll just be damned to an eternal, lubeless ass-fucking after my complete and utter failure with you.
Oh man, I really am sorry. I wish there was something I could do to help, but like you're really not selling the whole hell thing. I'd kind of rather live out my shitty life at this point in the hopes that maybe I'll end up somewhere else.
That's fair. You've probably tortured yourself enough anyway. Hell would just be redundant for you at this point. A bore, really.
Guess that's true.
But thanks for listening. It's been nice to have someone to talk to.
Yeah, man, it's been nice talking to you too, Gary. Thanks for helping me not kill myself. But again, sorry about that.
That's alright. Any other questions you want to ask an old demon before I head back down to face the music?
Yeah, actually, if there is a hell, that means there's a heaven, right? What exactly do I need to do to get there? Can you give me like a list of requirements or something?
Well, as far as I know, it works something like this. Really good people, really good. The ones who somehow manage to avoid giving in to shoving people off canoes no matter how much they suck, and who live in the service of others, they go to heaven. Average Joes like yourself who don't really do much of anything, not really, no offence, are reincarnated to try it again. The rest of us end up in hell, in some form or other. I guess depending on what it is that dooms your internal soul to deserve, an eternity of self-loathing in a sea of other helpless creatures selfishly dragging each other under while trying to pull themselves out of the pit. Or a demon stuck listening to creeps like Bill and Ted all day. Shit like that.
Guess my best chance is reincarnation then. Pretty sure I'm not getting into heaven.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, definitely not.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Sorry. Anyway, I guess I better be getting back. Could you do me a quick favour?
Sure, Gary. What is it?
If a demon named Ted comes around, just don't kill yourself for him, okay? I'll never hear the fucking end of it.
Fair deal, buddy.
Thanks. Oh, and one more thing. If you could just draw a symbol in your blood on the door, it would help me out a lot. It's like a 3-mile, a long jagged-ass mountain if I don't teleport directly into the headquarters. Hell's just really a pain in the ass at every turn.
I picked the knife back up and made a small incision in the flesh on my forearm. With Gary's instruction, I drew the symbol on my front door.
Okay, now you just put your palm to it and repeat this phrase.
Wait a minute. No offense, Gary, but you are a demon. How do I know this wasn't all some elaborate trick to gain my trust and get me to draw this weird symbol thing to open some portal to hell and start the apocalypse or something?
Damn, why didn't I think of that? That would have been a great idea. I really am bad at my job. You know what, Adam? You'd make a pretty damn good demon. Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
Well, thanks, Gary. No offense, but I really hope not.
Okay. Well, bye, I guess.
Later, Gary. I put my hand on the door and listened to the words Gary told me to repeat. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could, I was blinded by the most brilliant light I had ever seen. My entire apartment bathed in this light. I could see nothing else. I was forced to shield my eyes. They felt like they would burn right out of my skull. After a few seconds, I opened my eyes slowly, squinting to see the light had dimmed but was still quite profound. And in the center of the pearly gold iridescence was a man. A beautiful man with long brown hair, long white robes, and a pair of seriously old sandals. Holy shit! Jesus Christ! Wait, Jesus?
Well, hi there, friends.
Hi! I stumbled over my words. Are you like Jesus?
The one and only. Well, no, not exactly. Depending on your religion. There's Korean Jesus, Black Jesus, the list goes on. Basically, we're a group of hippies who tried to be nice to people and got totally wrecked for it.
Whoa. That's a lot. Why are you in my living room?
Well, I was just hanging with some friends sharing a peace pipe with some forest critters in heaven, when a little birdie told me that there's a demon on Earth trying to talk you into killing yourself. Not cool, Gary.
Well, wait, Jesus, he didn't. He actually saved my life, ironically enough.
Yeah, that's what the little birdie said. You're pretty shit at your job, Gary.
I'm so sorry. I truly am. Please, Jesus, have mercy. Please, forgive me.
Well, buddy, that's my job, and I happen to actually be very good at it. It's you who needs to forgive yourself. Same goes for you, Adam. You guys realize you've been bigger dicks to yourselves than anyone else ever has, right?
The room was silent. Neither myself nor Gary could find the words. We were awestruck, consumed in the glory that filled the room. We fell to our knees and cried our desperate apologies to the godly figure that stood above us.
Oh, now, take it easy, guys. It's all good. As far as humans and demons go, you guys are pretty alright.
The man knelt down and put a hand on both of our shoulders. A feeling of true peace, of calm warmth washed over me. I sobbed as my entire being was engulfed in a love that forced out all the pain and fear that had shacked me for so long to this miserable state of being. I felt true freedom. I finally understood. Well, everything. I understood the meaning of life, of love, of being. I understood the true value of myself and of everyone else through the eyes of this godly man, this embodiment of truth. of unconditional love for all things, who also happened to be just a truly good dude who smoked peace pipes with chipmunks and wore old sandals. Even the guilt and shame I would have otherwise felt in the face of this purity was gone, replaced with forgiveness. As for the first time, I truly forgave myself. I forgave myself for all the pain and suffering I had caused. Well, myself. And then I woke up to the blaring sound of my alarm. 6 a.m. It was all a dream? No. How? How could all of that been a dream? It was so real. I said my thoughts aloud, almost believing Gary could hear me. I began to sob, angry at my own mind for allowing me to feel such peace if it wasn't real to begin with. But as I got up, I saw the dried blood on my hand and a strange symbol on the door. I looked out my window and saw a little bird come to greet me on the windowsill. It sang its sweet song as if directly to me. I smiled at the little Jesus bird, the first real smile I had felt on my face in a long time. I decided, in that moment, that I would make it real. That I would live the rest of my life in appreciation of all the glory and wondrous joys of this world, knowing that good or bad, all things in life are just experiences to be had, that even in times of sadness, I would rather be sad than be numb. And in times of frustration, I would seek out the things that brought my joy and peace. I vowed to be kind to others and kind to myself. And I kept that promise. I decided to live the fullest life that I possibly could. I met a man and was married. I had 3 children whom I loved unconditionally. I had found a deep happiness inside myself that couldn't be broken even in the face of hard times. For years, I volunteered at the local animal shelter. I had found the true sense of joy that comes from living in service to others. Broken free from the cage of solitude, I spent the start of my life in. I was truly fulfilled. But once in a while, I would think of Gary. I would look into the mirror and say his name, waiting for his ugly-ass face to appear, but he never did. I wondered what became of Gary. If he was shoveling shit, or if perhaps he had been promoted since then. Maybe given some bat wings and the freedom to fly around instead of having to climb jagged mountains over lakes of fire and the like. I hope so. I wished I could thank the demon who saved my life. I was deep in thought about Gary when a call came into the animal shelter. The blind owner of a 10-year-old service dog had passed away, and his family was bringing him in. I knew it was not likely that they would find a new home for an old dog. I tried not to be angry at the family of the man who refused to care for the dog of their lost loved one in its golden years. I chose a pen for him and placed a warm blanket and some toys and treats around the cage, trying to make it as comfortable as possible. I would make sure he felt safe and cared for, loved. The dog was brought in soon after, a beautiful black lab with brilliant, inquisitive eyes. According to the family, he had been a wonderful service dog, incredibly intelligent, a true friend to its owner, and the only reason the man was able to live out his life safe at home instead of in some awful facility. I bit my tongue and kept myself from the, "Well then why don't you have a heart and take him home with you? He's probably even more devastated than you are about the death of its owner," comment that I was dying to make. I just smiled and kept quiet. I took the dog out back, allowing him some time to play in the sun before being put in his pen He ran around for a moment, releasing excess energy, and then ran right to me. I scratched behind his ears as he looked up at me, with the look of love that dogs are so good for, and what I believe truly looked like a contented smile on his face. It felt like the greeting of an old friend. I wasn't quite sure why, but it felt as if I knew him. I had the strongest sense of deja vu I had ever experienced. His eyes looked to mine, and I felt as if this old black lab was thinking the same thing. I knelt down to continue petting him and noticed the tag on his collar. His name was Gary. "Don't worry, Gary," I said softly. "All dogs go to heaven."
My first memory of him was when I was 4. I remember laying in bed with my blankets pulled up to my chin, staring at the ceiling. He walked through an unseen door in the corner of my room. He introduced himself.
"Sleep is here."
His voice echoed like a cathedral choir, a low, almost haunting tone, practically soothing if it wasn't coming from a slender and hunched shadow figure. Even though this was the earliest memory, I could feel that I have known sleep my entire life. He took a long stride from the corner of the room to a seated position at the edge of my bed.
"It's time for you to close your eyes. Don't open them, or I will hurt you."
I wasn't scared. Not then. This is how I slept. I waited until dawn. This was how all boys slept. The reason this particular memory of sleep was etched into my brain, though, was the curious reaction from my parents. 4-year-old me felt the sun touch my cheek. I knew then it was safe, that he was gone. I opened my eyes to a new day. I walked down the stairs to my parents already eating breakfast and drinking coffee. They were my superheroes. "Mum, Dad, there's a monster that sleeps with me at night," I shakingly expressed. I could sense the mood immediately shift. Even at that young age, it didn't feel comforting. I've skinned my knees enough time and been scooped up and kissed to know what comforting warmth embrace felt like. My dad stared at me with one eye almost closed, his head cocked as if studying me. Then my mother leaned over and whispered something to my dad. They both got up from the table and went to the other room. I heard hushed whispering. To this day, I wish I knew what they were discussing. The only other memory from that day is going out to get ice cream. I'm always tired. I'm always exhausted. I tried to explain what happens to me at night, and the teachers would call my parents about my imaginary friend. Sleep wasn't imaginary. He was very much real. As I grew older and into my early 20s, I stopped mentioning sleep to teachers. I apologized to teachers and promised to try harder. The school suggested counseling. The counselors would call my parents about my imaginary friend. So I stopped talking about sleep entirely, especially because my parents offered no reaction. At the age 12, I had my first sleepover. I was the weird kid in school, so I wasn't popular, but on the other side, I didn't seek friendship. This was one of those every boy in class is invited sleepovers. The boy's name was Jimmy. I knew that he didn't want me there. I didn't want to be there either. I kept to myself, talked very little, had my pizza, had my ice cream from those giant Neapolitan tubs. We stayed up late playing hide and seek. I wasn't even aware of the time until Jimmy's mother announced it was bedtime. There was at least a dozen sleeping bags in the living room. I was getting nervous. What if Sleep showed up? He was always there. All the boys crawled into their sleeping bags, giggling, laughing, telling ghost stories by flashlight. They asked if I knew of any ghost stories. I shook my head and passed the flashlight to the next boy. I kept to myself. Eventually, one by one, we all fell asleep. Well, except me. I lay with my eyes open, listening to the soft breathing of peaceful sleeping. Sleep never came. I lay awake all night, having the best time of my life. The next morning there was a frantic knocking at the door. Jimmy's mum opened the door and it was my mum. She was crying and shaking. "Get your things. You need to come home. This was a mistake." I quickly gathered everything and we left in a hurry. No explanation, no goodbyes. We got in the black Camry parked on the street. "He killed himself. Your dad. He killed himself. We're gonna stay at Grandma's." She was hysterical. I've never seen anything like this. "This never should have happened." We drove and drove. It seemed like hours. Quick bathroom breaks, snacks, water, then back on the road. We drove more. It was tense, quiet. We never spoke the entire time. How come I never met Grandma? I kept wondering. What happened and why are we going? I was full of questions, but I didn't dare ask them. The time on the clock read 7:14 as we pulled into a driveway of a small house. My mum got out of the car, then went to the trunk. She pulled out several suitcases and dragged them to the front door, leaving me in the car. The door opened and a diminutive woman opened the door. Grandma looked ancient, from what I could remember. Skin sagging, eyes sunken with deep red circles, she made eye contact with me and motioned me to come. I grabbed my belongings and approached. "I have a room for you already set up. Let me show you. My name is Rita. It's good to finally meet Kim's boy. You look so much like your father when he was your age." She was sweet, caring, kind. I had another realization that day. I never felt that from my parents. After many years of therapy, I coined the term business partners. My parents felt like business partners. That sleepover and my first meeting with Rita was my introduction to feeling welcomed, even if it was forced or someone was obliged. I lay in bed that night, the blankets pulled up to my chin how I always do. Out of the corner of my eye, sleep walked in from the corner. He sat on the edge of my bed. I waited for him to speak.
You kept your eyes open last night. Everyone dies. Your father wanted me to give you this.
His tone wasn't malicious. It was matter of fact. Sleep reached his long, thin arm to me with a piece of paper crumpled in his fist. I opened the paper and inside I saw the words, "Now you know." It was my father's handwriting, all right. "What do you want?" I began to yell.
Don't you ever speak to me, or I will hurt you. You will never escape me.
He snarled. I sensed anger in his rising tone. "I'll find a way," I hurriedly shouted at him. No sooner after I finished, he reached out onto my hand with his own and then grabbed my index finger and snapped it. I cried out in pain, but he held his hand against my mouth and put his face to my ear.
Close your eyes. Don't ever open them again.
Tears streamed down my face as I quietly lay in fear. For the first time I felt afraid of him. He never hurt me, never did anything like this. I closed my eyes and waited. I heard a knock on the door. Rita was on the other side. "Your mother left for your safety, and for her own. I think it's time you understand. Get out of bed and meet me in the living room." I was so numb. I was overloaded. My curiosity was going to be satisfied. I showered, then got dressed and headed to the living room. Rita was sitting on a black leather couch with what appeared to be a photo album on her lap. "Listen to me. I will hand this to you. Don't ask me anything. I know you're young. This is now yours. It belonged to your parents. Now they're gone. It falls to you. We will never speak of this. You will never speak of this. No one will ever be hurt again if you keep silent. Don't keep this in your bedroom. Put it back on the shelf when you're done." She handed me the thick book and walked out. Inside was handwritten notes, letters, pictures, dates. I was just so tired. Black and white pictures of people I've never seen before, names, family curse, sleeping sickness, insomnia, decades, generations, cures. Don't have children. This was too much. I wanted to talk to Rita, but after what happened yesterday, I couldn't. I knew deep down something terrible would happen. Months passed and I learned more about my family. Grandma Rita was full of love and I felt like I belonged for the first time. She insisted on homeschooling me to protect me. I protested at first, but then she pulled out a newspaper from the town I lived in. My old school burned down. Everyone survived except my class. The cause was unknown, but I knew. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't talk about sleep. My 13th birthday came and Rita baked me a carrot cake. There was something odd I couldn't put my finger on. If she was my grandma, why wasn't she in the book? No mention, no pictures. Deep in my heart I knew I couldn't ask. I knew what would happen. My birthday was still fun though, probably one of the more happier times in my life. That night was still the same as every other night.
Sleep is here. Don't open your eyes, or I will hurt you.
I grew older. Rita reached out to the school board, mentioned a medical condition. She was able to convince them that I should go get a high school diploma. I graduated high school. A week after that, Rita sat me down again on that familiar black leather couch. I'm going to die soon. I kept the promise to your parents and now it's my time. Will you be okay without me? I will help you get a job. There is some inheritance, but not much, because, well, I'll help you out as much as I can. Promise me that if you do work, please only work in the mornings. Do you understand? Rita helped me get on my feet. I couldn't go back to my childhood home, but Rita promised I could have the house when she passes. I got my first job at a hotel working reception. I got a car. I started saving money. I was at a strange peace in my life, despite not sleeping, despite having this dark cloud over my head. He called himself sleep, but I could never sleep. Shortly after my 22nd birthday, Rita passed. She left the house, and I was suddenly alone. But I wasn't. I had sleep. I had my family book. I would go over it every month or so, seeing if I missed anything. This particular reading, a certain word popped out. Unobservable. It was followed by another phrase, speak not and see not. I wanted to test something. I bought a video recorder from a pawn store several miles away and set it up in my bedroom. I turned it on and pointed it at my bed. That night, nothing. Sleep never came. The next morning I went over the footage. It was just me. No shadowy figure, nothing. I wrote my notes and theories down. Unobservable. See not. See not. I went back to the section where I saw that passage. Sleep only come when one is alone. If he knew he was being watched, or if others were there, he would not show up. Dire consequences would follow if he was observed. A chill ran up my spine, and at that exact moment I heard sirens speeding past. I turned on the local news. A raging fire broke out and burnt several stores down in a city block. In the center lay the wreckage of the pawn store. No survivors. That night, I waited for sleep. I had the camera turned off.
Tricks won't work. You will close your eyes. Death will follow if you test me.
I knew not to talk back, but I had another idea pop into my head. The next night, I hid the video recorder underneath laundry in the basket outside of the room. I moved the basket inside of the room. It was haphazardly pointed at my bed. Sleep came as he always does.
Did you get it out of your system? You cannot escape me. Don't open your eyes, or I will hurt you.
The next morning, I moved the basket out of my room. I dug through the laundry and hit the stop recording. I really didn't want to see the tape. I needed the right moment. I went to a nearby therapist office and passed the receptionist a note about how I'm non-verbal and needed counseling over trauma. Over the coming months, I began building my case surreptitiously, note by note, session by session, weekly. I started with my sleep problems, my insomnia, bullying in school, my dad's suicide, my mum abandoning me at the woman's house that wasn't even related to me. I was slowly giving Mrs. Brown the puzzle pieces. After 6 months, I entered her office with a large bag containing a tape and my family history. Are you ready? Yes, to begin the session? I think you are really opening up and doing so much better, she responded cheerily. What I'm going to tell you, you can't speak it out loud. Promise me this. Okay, I promise. We will only communicate in notes. Please remain silent. I didn't want to scare her. I began writing my essay, everything I knew. Yeah, it was crazy. It was weird. This needed to end. Someone has to help me. I have no one. I pushed several pieces of paper over to her. I took out the tape, and I took out the book, and I pushed those to her as well. Mrs. Brown was going over everything with a furrowed brow, studying intently. After a long 15 minutes, she was finished. "That," she started. I leaped out of my chair and immediately put my hand over her mouth. "You promised!" I shouted at her. "You can talk?" she exclaimed after I moved my hand. "That's not important. You promised. Don't say anything about this. Take the tape home. I will see you next week." I grabbed my book and ran out of the office. I think I just caused somebody's death. Hopefully, she understands. That night was the same as always. "Don't open your eyes, or I will hurt you." The next morning at 8 o'clock my phone rang. Probably a telemarketer. "Is this Rick? Hey, this is Deborah. Mrs. Brown? We need to talk." She hung up the phone. She believed me. That evening I was feeling vindicated, powerful in a way that I haven't ever felt. I wrote down my thoughts, a brief layout of the experiment I wanted to conduct. I'm going to wait until I see Mrs. Brown next Wednesday. Speak not. Those two words felt like they had meaning. I got ready for bed, as I always do. This time I wrote a note and crumpled it up in my fist. When I got into bed, I pulled the blankets up to my chin. The blinds were open and the street illuminated by moonlight. I did what he told me to do 10 years ago. I opened my fist and reached out to him.
"A gift for me?"
He seemed surprised. I felt his long fingers wrap around the note, then heard him unfold it.
"Why me? There is no me. Don't flatter yourself."
The words drifted lazily into my ears. He must have seen my forehead wrinkle in confusion.
"The arrangements from yesterday wears heavy on the child of tomorrow. Do you want a gift? Nod."
I'm even more confused. How come no one in the family tried this? Have they? What is happening? I'm not sure what's going on. Last time I spoke more than 5 words, sleep snapped my finger in half. The fear is coming back. A lump formed in my throat. I swallowed hard and nodded meekly.
"Close your eyes, or this will hurt more."
I felt a shift in the bed as he leaned over. Suddenly I felt a cold, damp palm on my head. I gasped out loud. 5 fingers wrapped around my skull. Slowly I feel the tips of his fingers sharpen into needles. They dug into my head, and then nothing. I opened my eyes, and I was in the middle of the woods. From my vantage point, I was off the ground at least 10 feet. My eyes pointed straight ahead. I had no ability to move. In my field of vision, I saw a naked man slowly entering it. He looked familiar. The man has long black hair to his shoulders with red streaks of what looked like paint running horizontally across his face and chest. He had a leather pouch on a belt tied around his waist. I couldn't figure out where I've seen him before. He undid his belt and set it aside. Then he began gathering twigs, branches, and dry brush. After a neat pile, he stood up again and walked away out of my field of vision. He came back again with rocks roughly the same size, then started arranging them in a circle. Where have I seen him before? All the wood and brush he acquired went into the makeshift pit. He squatted down and started a fire. Once the fire was roaring, he pulled out a kettle. He sat the kettle next to him and pulled out some plant material out of his bag. He put the plant material in the kettle, then suspended it over the fire using a handcrafted pot hook and stand. Every couple of minutes he would give it a stir using a wooden spoon. Once it looked ready, he pulled out a cup and poured the tea in. He blew on it to cool it down. After it cooled down, he drank it. If this was a dream, it was very vivid. The sun was beginning to set. I was still stuck, still unable to move. It felt like an eternity. The man was sitting cross-legged by the fire with his eyes closed. Time felt like it was being pulled and stretched at the seams. Seconds felt like minutes, minutes felt like hours. Suddenly the man's eyes flicked open, as wide as they could go. His pupils were dilated. Beads of sweat began forming on his brow. He started making a low, droning sound and began pounding on his chest rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. The fire seemed to join in the song with crackles and pops. I wish I could have shouted out. I wish I could have yelled. Is this a dream? Where am I? Why can't I move? I was stuck watching a man, high out of his mind. I still had no perception of time. Maybe 10 minutes passed, and the man leaped up into a ferocious stance. He started sprinting around the fire and began yelling. I call you, I call you. I will let you in, I will let you in. I need your help. His shouting was earnest yet desperate. His body was drenched in sweat, and the strips were running. After a while of shouting, I felt something. The first something I could feel this entire time. My fingers wiggled in my right hand. I felt my right arm, and it entered into my field of vision. It wasn't my arm. Sleep reached his arm out and placed it on the man's shoulder. He stopped running, paused, then looked up to where I was standing.
Tell Deborah I said hello.
The man spoke, but it was Sleep's voice. I immediately woke up, drenched in sweat at sunrise. I felt something was wrong. I called into work and told them I can't make it due to a family emergency. I fixed my breakfast of yogurt and granola and waited for Mrs. Brown's office to open. Around 8:30 I received a phone call. "Is Rick there?" The receptionist was holding back tears, I could tell. This is him. "Mrs. Brown passed away in her sleep. I have to cancel your appointment. Her husband mentioned that he found an envelope with your name on it. He'll drop it off at the office for you. Please come by in the afternoon to pick it up." "No, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I really am." I sighed deeply. I can't reach out to anyone. I am all alone in my struggle with sleep. I took out the book of my family history and stepped outside. The cool air felt great. I felt sick. I'm so dumb. I knew this would happen. The image of the naked man was seared into my brain, though. I had to move on, figure out what to do. An arrangement. Did that man make an arrangement with sleep? How do I factor into this? I flipped through the pages and all of my family pictures, studying each face. There were pictures decades back. On one of the pages I found a family tree of sorts. I looked towards the top of the tree. Each name had an arrow pointing away from it, drawn in Sharpie and connected to a note. Died in fire, died in their sleep, died by strangulation. The first name there was circled, Joseph. I followed the arrow towards the note. Body never found. That wasn't the weird part to me. I looked at who he was married to. Rita. My grandmother Rita. That would make her nearly 200 years old. I thought I had a plan to help prove I'm not crazy. Now I need a plan to figure out what's going on. When Rita passed, she packed away several boxes and had me put them in the garage. Keepsakes and mementos. Maybe there were more clues tucked away in the boxes. I went back inside and headed towards the garage. I started pulling down boxes and moving them towards the living room. Rita loved being organized. She had written in black Sharpie what each box contained. Journals, mementos, photo albums, tribal. No one ever mentioned this to me. I opened the box and sitting at the very top was her tribal ID, and perhaps a couple dozen more. I picked them up and went through them. I came across my parents. At the very end was mine. Plain as day, my name, my tribal ID. I opened my phone and Googled the tribe. They were forcibly removed from several states away in the 1920s and came to the state where I am now. I looked up where the address of the main office was. Google said it's around a 20-minute drive away. I don't know what to do with this information, but I do know I have a letter to pick up. I drove over to my therapist's house to retrieve the letter from the receptionist. I needed time to think. Hi Rick, thank you for coming. Would you like to set up an appointment with another therapist? She handed me the letter. No, I'm okay. Again, I'm really sorry. Tell her husband I'm really sorry and that I'm going to make this better. I shouldn't have gotten anyone involved. I apologized and walked out holding the letter. I parked my car on the street. In front of my house, I pulled out the letter and I opened it. Don't blame yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care of sleep. I sat in my car with the letter open in my lap. My phone rang. Is this Rick? It was a man, someone I didn't know. Debbie was my wife. She was very upset last night. At first I thought she was cheating on me, but then she wrote down what you told her. I don't know if I can help, but can you try to explain this to me? He sounded sincere. Listen, I can't tell you. You're going to end up dead like everybody else. This book I have about my family history has numerous accounts of people dying. I don't want... I tried to explain. A book? Is there any way you could get me a photocopy? He asked. He was interested, but I'm not sure. If this is sealing my fate, and if I die, I at least want to know. Can I meet you? The book is at least 100 pages, plus all my notes and observations. What could we even do? I guess I do owe him an explanation. I do owe him answers. Okay. We arranged to meet somewhere. His name was William. He himself looked like he hadn't slept in years. I showed him how massive the book was and how much information it contained. Whoa! I thought my wife was crazy at first. I thought you were crazy. But if this is real as she thinks it is, and as real as it has been for you, I need to do this for her. She made a promise to help. She made a promise to help you. He sighed deeply. We started the process of making copies, page by page. He was reading about my family. Even though there were no pictures before 1920, I filled him in with the information. I'm still processing about my grandmother Rita. How this has been going on longer than when it initially was written about. Several hours passed. We paused to grab some coffee and food. It all started with Joseph, you think? And this grandmother of yours was his wife. This is unbelievable. The shop closes soon. I don't know what we can do. Let's finish copying this, then I can come over and we can go through the rest of her boxes. You said she had one labeled journals. There might be more information there. We headed back to the store and finished copying everything. It was late. We took separate cars and I led him to my house. We went in and I showed him the boxes. I was so exhausted and so was William. Hey, how about we make some coffee, order some pizza? If I'm gonna die tonight, let's at least stay up until that happens. You're testing ideas. Let's call this an experiment. I haven't had a sleepover in 10 years. Even if it was grim, it could be fun. This couldn't possibly get any more bizarre than it already was. It was around 9 p.m. when we started going through all of Grandma Rita's boxes. Besides the tribal cards, there were other objects that looked like they belonged in a museum. Baskets, wooden carvings, pottery, leather pouches. I held one of the pouches in my hand. I looked it over. I think this was the one that was used in my vision. This was the one Joseph used in the ritual. I pulled it out and set it aside. I mentioned it to William. The next box I wanted to go through was journals. I opened it and there must have been a dozen or so notebooks. I knew she liked scrapbooking, but this seemed more than that. I spread them out on the floor, scanning each one until one caught my eye. Rituals. Rituals. We both spoke at the same time. I felt a sudden chill down my spine. My muscles started to tense. What time is it? I should be in bed. 11 p.m. How did it get so late? William noticed a shift in my demeanor. What's going on? He asked. I'm not sure. I need to be in bed. I need to close my eyes. I was straining to get out any words. Listen to me. I'll go through this book. Let me read it. He insisted. My eyes were open and I was staring at William, going through this. He was reading out loud and partially musing on what he found. Paint lines on the body to assist opening yourself up. Chant or beat a drum. My head started to feel fuzzy. Call out and be clear what you need. The room was beginning to spin and became disoriented. Let the witnesses come one by one. I was starting to fade. Do you think you can ignore me? Sleep's words spiraled through my body and pulled me upwards. There was just blackness. Rick, we need to do the ritual. I heard William panicking. Come back. His pleas were quickly drowned out by Sleep's melodic voice.
You cannot escape this. Your father tried, and so did all the fathers before. Joseph gave me keys to his lineage, and with this key I will unlock the earthly realm. to walk again.
It was all black. It was a void, and I was floating upward, like a string pulling me by my head. My feet were on a solid surface, but I was unable to move. One by one, as if poured by paint, all the boys from the sleepover 10 years ago started circling around me. Once all 12 stood around me, then one by one they all burst into flames. I was then surrounded by burning piles of ash, and again as if they were liquid, they pulled all back to the position in front of me, then started filling in to other shapes from the bottom up. I quickly recognized my father. I wish I could say something, anything. He looked defeated as the image of him was completed. He pulled out a gun and put it next to his head. I wish I could yell or shout or stop him, but he pulled the trigger. All the viscera, gore and bones exploded out of him and started pulling the image of him. It was like a hose spraying, and where all the gore and the rest of him landed started to form another image from the bottom to the top. It was my mother. She abandoned me, gave me to Rita. Was it for her safety? Was the cross too heavy for her to bear? She looked panicked and disheveled. Her long brown hair was matted with leaves and twigs. The flowers on her dress were stained with mud. Her knees looked scuffed and bruised. I saw her running, then every so often changing direction. She was being chased by something or someone. My mother stopped. Someone had grabbed her hair and was pulling her upwards. A small slice appeared on her forehead with surgical precision. It went all the way around and yanked her scalp. A thick layer of her skin came off, revealing a skull with blood pooling around it. Her eyes turned jet black as she fell to her knees. With a huge, blunt impact, the unforeseen force cracked into her skull, cracking it like a watermelon. Bits of skull fragments floated softly into the void. She slumped over into a heap. Again, as if she was liquid, her image was being sucked from the bottom to the top of her. Once she was a torso laying slumped over. I could see worms being poured out from her skull. A single, a couple, a dozen. Then it was a mass of wriggling worms, wriggling next to my mother's face, all soaked in blood and her brain matter. It was as if they were absorbing all the paint, all the colours, all the beauty from her. Then, like everyone else in this nightmare, she was gone. All that remained was a pile of pulsating worms. The worms formed two separate piles and began growing upwards, shifting and moving. They began to form legs. And once legs began forming, clothes began forming over that, and I immediately recognized Grandma Rita. When they reached the waist, I noticed a crack of light beginning to form where the torso should be. A slender light in the void, and the legs paused briefly while forming. They continued, forming Rita, going up, but as they reached the midsection, the crack became larger. The headless body of Grandma Rita began branching away from the light. It was a misshapen tree growing around a gravestone. The body tried becoming a cage around the crack and connected up to the neck. I felt my whole being, in essence, being pulled. Then a firm hand grasped my shoulder, and I was suddenly real within this nothingness.
You will never. I will give you the sleep you always wanted.
A familiar voice cajoling me to stay. I heard something different from Sleep's voice. It's always been a beautiful cathedral choir of warmth, snaking its way through my eyes. Now there's a thin layer of panic, concern. I'm feeling more grounded as I'm staring at this abomination in front of me. The crack is growing larger, but it's still inside this birdcage of Grandma Rita. Far into the distance, I'm seeing something different, something grounded in more reality than what I am experiencing. I see William. I could barely make out anything else because the images were coming at me like a cartoon flip book. My focus began moving forward into the image, but the hand on my shoulder began tightening. Sleep didn't want me to go towards William. I needed to figure out how to move. I focused on where my feet were planted. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ankle flexing, extension, muscles needed to work. I felt a strange dream, inducted momentum followed by simultaneously pulling and pushing. The center of my chest was being pulled into the light, then my legs, then my free shoulder, my face. The long, slender fingers began shaking on the other shoulder. In a brief instant, I lifted both hands up and grabbed what I could of Sleep's hand and arm. A pop, and I fell into the passenger seat of William's car. William screamed as he saw me come to. We were in the car barreling down a pitch-black highway. The clock read 3 a.m.
What the hell happened? What was that?
I wiggled my extremities and noticed I was clutching onto something. A long, slender arm attached to a chunk of shoulder. My hands widened in fear. William kept shouting. I felt the car drifting from side to side.
Slow down! Focus on the road!
I screamed back at him. The car began righting itself and William started to slow down.
I dragged you into my car. You just crumpled. I'm trying to get as far away as possible. We're almost to the next state over. I don't know what to do except the ritual. I don't know.
William shouted faster than the speed of the car. He didn't finish his train of thought because the arm in my lap leaped towards the wheel and sharply pulled to the right. Immediately, we drove off the road and began rolling. Our bodies became the victim of gravity as we were thrown around violently. I was thrown through the windshield and hit the ground hard. It was all hazy, but I don't remember what happened to William. I must have been knocked out for some time, because I woke up in a concussed daze. The car was ablaze. I opened my eyes and stared up at the night sky. The fire crackled and danced around me. My head pounded. Thump, thump, thump. I felt like there was a huge puddle collecting in my chest. I couldn't move my right arm. So very gingerly, I took my left hand and touched it. It was cold and sticky. I'm going to die. Sleep promised me the sleep I always wanted. I closed my eyes and was at peace with the universe. My eyes shot open. I heard sirens, footsteps, shouting. Sir, are you okay? Can you hear me? A man's voice boomed over me. It rang over me, shaking me to alertness. Something compelled me to sit up. The pain had left my body. From the sitting position, I rose to standing. The medic froze mere feet away from me. Sir, you need to lay back down. You have been in a terrible accident. You are at risk of injuring yourself further. I felt something was wrong. Something was off. My right arm, acting on its own volition, shot forward and grasped the man by his throat. The fingers wrapped so easily around his neck, I couldn't feel it. In the glow of the siren lights, I could tell that there was something wrong. It was pure black. Slender fingers. I looked down at my right side and screamed. One arm lay still, but there was another attached to my shoulder. I heard more shouting and screaming from the other medics.
I am asleep. Now I walk the earthly realm.
My name is Nicholas Abernathy. My friends call me Nick. I am 32 years old, with a very, 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 very sound mind. I am not crazy. Although, crazy people don't know they're crazy. I am 99% sure I am not. About a year ago, I lived at 258 Dead Man's Lane in a small town in Delaware. I can't remember the name, but that is where the story took place. There's a reason they call it Dead Man's Lane. I know that now. I don't live there anymore. I now reside at an undisclosed location due to the events that occurred at my previous residence. I don't want them to know where I am, and I hope you understand. The town was a very small town, a one-stoplight town, a town so small that if you blink while driving through, you'll miss the entire town, which was perfect for me. It was a welcomed escape from the hustle and bustle of city life, which was slowly draining me to the point of exhaustion. So, when my boss at the time came to me and said that our company was downsizing and that I would be let go, I gladly took the severance package and moved on with my life. I grew up in a small town, so I was familiar with the quiet and simplicity that it offered, and I longed to go back there again. So, while sitting in my big city apartment, I grabbed my laptop and started to search small town living, houses for sale, and things of that sort. I came upon an old Victorian house built in 1859. It was beautiful, dark blue with grey trim, 2 floors, balcony, front porch, and a very small room at the top of the house with an octagon-shaped window in it. For some unknown reason, I've always wanted to live in such a house. So, this was like a dream come true. The place wasn't bad, actually, it was pretty good. Low, some might say. So I called the number displayed in the ad and made arrangements with the older gentleman on the other end to come and view the house 3 days later. Upon arriving at the house, it looked just like the picture in the ad, except there was one small detail the ad did not say. The house was in the middle of a giant dirt field, all by itself. No trees or shrubbery around, just a dirt field. That time of year, some farmer should have had corn or something growing in a field that big, but there was nothing. This struck me as odd. The only thing besides the house in the field was one electric pole with wires running from it to the house and a transformer on top. The driveway was at least a 1/4 mile long, with other little roads branching off it, going to certain parts of the field, then connecting back to the main driveway. One road wrapped around the whole entire house. It seemed like forever to get there. Once there, I met an old man who said his name was Bernie, or Benny, or something with a B. I can't really remember. He said he was the owner of the house and that I could feel free to look around if I wanted. I asked if he was coming in. His face turned pale and he said, "No, I'll stay right here, thank you." Looking back now, that should have been a red flag, an owner that would not go into his own house. Red flag alert, but I was naive, blew it off and entered the house alone. I expected it to be a little run down and dirty, given the dirt on the field that surrounded it, but to my surprise it was immaculately clean, completely furnished, and looked like something straight out of a magazine. I went through each room. In total, awe of its beauty. Each room, except the little room with the octagon window. I couldn't find a door or staircase leading to it. This too I found a little odd. And the basement. I've never been a big fan of basements, so I figured I'll go check it out at some point. What's the big deal? It's just a basement. I met with the old man outside and we discussed and agreed on a price. He informed me that everything in the house was included in our deal under one condition. No furniture could be removed from the home or moved to any other part of the home. Everything must stay exactly where it is. You may use any of the appliances, books and things of that sort, but they must be returned exactly where they were. You may add to it, but nothing can be removed. Given that all the furniture and such was from the Victorian era, I thought, why get rid of it, and agreed to this condition. An agreement I would later regret. I'm going to skip the part about the bank and financing and all of that crap. No one really cares about any of that anyway. Moving in day was exciting for me. I finally got the house of my dreams. I just started a new job. I'm back to the quiet life. I left all my furniture and stuff at my old apartment, only packing my clothes and toiletries. I figured maybe the next guy or girl could use some of it. Anyway, I met the old man at the house. I'm just gonna call him Mr. B, since I can't seem to remember the man's name. I later found out that Mr. B lived just 2 blocks away with his wife of 43 years, Isabella. I never got the chance to meet Isabella, although I wish I had. He was an old steel mill worker. You could tell from his physique. He may have been old, but the man had muscle. He had bought the house some 30 years back with the same conditions that he told me. He never lived in the place, said it troubled his wife immensely from the first day she saw it. He tried to sell it many times before, but the deals always fell through for some reason. Until now. Mr. B handed me the keys, and as he did, he grabbed hold of my hand and pulled me into him and whispered something in my right ear. He whispered, "Beware of the rain." There's a reason he said that to me. I know that now. He then hung his head and slowly walked away. How he knew, I don't know, but he did. My first couple of weeks in the new house were rather uneventful. The weather was nice with a slight breeze. Even opened a couple windows upstairs to get the air flowing there. I had asked the Mr. B about opening the windows. He said that was fine since they were a part of the house, not possessions within the house. So I left them open for a few days. On my first night since the place was fully furnished, I hung my clothes, which took all about 20 minutes. I put my shampoo and such in the master bathroom, which was almost as big as my bedroom. Then went to the local grocery store for some food and drinks. I can't remember the name, it's not really important. I spent the rest of my time checking out each room one by one and seeing everything the house had to offer. About 1 week or so later, I finally found that door that led to the little room with the octagon window. It was a secret door panel hidden in the closet of the room that I decided to make my bedroom. For some unknown strange reason, something told me to push the back of the closet. I did. The door swung open, revealing a spiral black metal staircase that led to said room. It was a very small room, about the size of a walk-in closet by today's standards. In said room was a very old desk positioned under the octagon window and stand-up lamp to its left. Old wooden planks for walls as well as the ceiling. The floor was what looked like to be brand new hardwood, so I decided to make it my office, the place I would do my writing. Since I had a great view of the dirt field out the window, what better place to draw inspiration from? That is a joke, by the way. The rest of the house consisted of 5 bedrooms, a huge kitchen, a parlor, a living area, 3 full bathrooms, a study, and a basement. Oh, that basement. I decided to check it out one night. I was bored and needed something to do. That was a bad idea. The basement was kind of creepy. I'm lying, it was really creepy. The door to the basement had little holes all along the edges, top to bottom, and right side of the door. It looked like someone had nailed it shut at one point. The stairs leading down to the basement were old and rickety, and would probably fall apart at any given moment. Unlike the rest of the house that was immaculately clean, like I noted in previous passages, the basement, however, was not. There was dust and dirt and cobwebs everywhere. It had a strange odor. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I know now. Along the far wall, there was a series of 5 file cabinets, covered in dust. Over to the right, it looked like 2 medical surgical tables covered with white sheets. In the middle of these tables were a small stand with a large glass container with tubes running out of it and some kind of pump machine behind it. All kinds of knives, gloves, and masks scattered all over the floor. It was like no one had been down here for ages. I ran up the stairs as quickly as I could, shut the basement door, and never went down there again. What was that place? About a month or so went by. At this time, I couldn't get what Mr. B whispered to me on day 1 out of my head. So, every morning while drinking coffee, I really miss coffee. Anyway, I would check the weather app on my phone to see the conditions for the day. On the day, it was going to be partially cloudy with a 60% chance of rain. Okay, maybe now we'll see what there is to be afraid of. Just like the app said, it started to rain at about 4 p.m. It didn't last as long, but that's how it all started. I was in my office. The rain started to fall. Almost as soon as it did, I started to hear music. Not today's music, but orchestra music, big band music. I didn't have a radio up there. I'm in the middle of a field, so it couldn't be in a car. I started to get concerned. Where was it coming from? I walked down the spiral staircase to my room, still hearing it play. I walked into the hallway and to the room across from mine. As soon as I put my hand on the doorknob, it stopped. The rain did too. That was weird, I thought. Must have been my imagination. The rain hitting the gutters somehow, making the acoustic sounds of music in my house. Something. There had to be a reason. After a while I stopped thinking about it and went on with my night. A few days later I ran into Mr. B at the hardware store. I told him about what had happened. He didn't seem surprised. He just said, "I tried to tell you," and left. The day that changed my life forever happened about 2 weeks later. I was at work. I had taken an assistant management position at the local department store. The pay wasn't as good as my previous job, but it wasn't as stressful either. During my shift, this guy came to me out of nowhere and asked, "You own the old Bennett place out in Dead Man's Lane, don't you?" I was reluctant to answer, but I finally said, Yes I do." He was a big guy, biker type, 50-ish with long grey hair and tats. He said, "You're braver than I am. I wouldn't go near that place. Hope you found Jesus. You're gonna need him." The ride home that day was unsettling. Everything that had happened was starting to get to me. I was nervous to go home. After what that guy had said, what Mr. B had said, and the music thing, that weird basement, I was on edge. On edge so much that when I walked through the door, instead of placing my keys on the shelf by the door, I tossed my keys, hitting a small ceramic ballerina knick-knack off the shelf and breaking it. "Oh shit," I said loudly. "Something has not only been moved, but broken." There was no way to put it back. Then I heard it. A slow, growling sound like a wild animal coming from the basement door, then from the kitchen, then upstairs, then from everywhere. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my head, fell to my knees, falling over into the fetal position. I started screaming, Stop, I'm sorry, please stop." It didn't stop. It got louder and louder. From the floor, I could see the basement door quickly open and then slam shut. All the doors were doing it now except the front door that remained closed for some reason. I felt a cold breeze go right through my body. Every light in the house was turning on and off and on and off. I managed to get to my feet, running down the hallway towards the kitchen. The main floor bathroom door flung open, hitting me hard, knocking me backwards down the hallway. I lost my footing and fell to the floor. I must have hit my head, because the next thing I remember is waking up on the floor, hearing the sound of my doorbell buzzing over and over again. All was silent and calm except for the buzzing. The buzzing soon turned to a loud pounding upon the front door. I pulled myself together, standing to answer the door, when I heard, Nick, I know you're in there, Nicholas. Answer the door." I opened the door quickly to see Mr. B standing there, shaking, sweating, not nearly the composed man I knew. "There's a really bad storm coming. We gotta get out of here. I can't, with all good conscience, let you stay here alone. We gotta go, now." The storm clouds moved in fast, at a speed I've never seen before. The thunder started to roar. I tried to explain to Mr. B that I had broken a knick-knack. In his panicked state, he said, "That's the least of your worries. Let's go." The rain started to fall hard. Lightning was crashing as the thunder roared on. That music started playing again. Only this time Mr. B heard it as well. Then what happens next seems like something out of a bad horror movie. The house seems to suck Mr. B into it, nearly knocking me down in the process, and sliding him fast across the floor and slamming him into a table that laid against the adjacent wall, breaking the leg off the table and forcing it to crash to the floor. Another thing broken. The front door slammed with a force so hard that it broke the front 2 windows completely out, allowing the rain to pour in the house. I quickly ran over to make sure Mr. B was okay. "Son of a bitch, it's too late. We're never getting out of here," Mr. B said angrily. The growling started again, only this time it seemed like it was right in front of us. I felt a real bad burning on my left arm. Lifting my sleeve to see what it was, I saw 3 scratch marks with blood dripping from the third. Mr. B grabbed a hold of his neck. After lifting his hand, I noticed the same 3 scratches, only this time all of them were bleeding bad. "The house is coming alive," he screamed. "Upstairs! We must get upstairs!" The lightning bolt hit the electric pole outside, causing the house to go black. Now in total darkness, hearing that music, hearing that growling, and both of us bleeding, I quickly pulled out my phone and turned on the light so we could at least see by that. Mr. B's phone was broken in the crash. I turned on my light, only to notice the cellar door slowly opening by itself, the growling getting louder, and what appeared to be a black mass of goo pouring from the basement door and heading in our direction. fast. I screamed out and grabbed Mr. B by the arm and pulled him out of the way, barely escaping the goo. We ran frantically up the stairs. What should have been 20 to 25 steps seemed more like 30 to 40. "The house is alive," Mr. B yelled, finally reaching the top. I shone the light down the hallway of doors. That was the second floor. The hallway seemed to be longer than I remember, with extra doors that had never been there before. The walls were expanding and contracting like the house was breathing. A red substance resembling blood, it could have been, for all I know, oozing from the ceiling down the walls. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway. Mr. B and I made a run for the last door on the left, my bedroom. We ran, and just as the red goo was about to hit the floor, I arrived at my bedroom door, grabbing the knob and opening it quickly, looking back, hoping to see Mr. B right behind me, but unfortunately he was not. Shining my light down the hallway, I could see that he was about a quarter of the way from the door, running as fast as he could, but getting nowhere. It was like he was running on a treadmill. The red substance oozed down onto the floor and quickly made a beehive straight for Mr. B. I screamed, "Give me your hand!" I stretched my hand out as far as I could. Mr. B extended his, but it was too late. The red substance reached his shoe. Mr. B screamed in agony as the substance began to burn him. The smell of burning flesh filled the hallway as more of the substance reached him. Mr. B ignited into flames. I can still hear his screams in my head. It only lasted a few seconds. Then it was gone. And so was my friend. Mr. B was gone. I quickly ran into my room. From out of my bedroom window I could see what appeared to be flames. When the lightning hit the bowl, it must have caused the transformer to catch fire, igniting the house as well. The outside of the house was burning, but not the inside. And the rain wasn't stopping it. What the hell is this place? Shining my light back into the room, I could see shadows in the shape of people appearing on the walls, some short, some tall, and then the voices started. "I'm so cold. Mommy, help me." I quickly ran up to my office, the only place left to go. From out the window I could see the rain pouring down, lightning bolts lighting up the sky. The voices continued down below. I could see that the rain had fallen so hard and fast that it washed away all the dirt from the field, exposing skeletal remains all around the house. Then it hit me. Oh my God. This was not a house. It was an old funeral home on cemetery grounds. They must have removed the headstones and left the bodies. That would explain everything. In shock, I stepped backwards, my back hitting the wall and sliding down into sitting position. My phone had fallen to the floor. The light just so happened to be shining on the doorway to the I mumbled to myself. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a black mass in the shape of a person crawling through the doorway and over to me, shrieking a horrible sound that reached its hand like tongs, as if to choke me. Totally exhausted, I put my hands over my eyes and screamed as the shadows engulfed me. Somebody somewhere must have seen the flames and called the fire department. From speaking with my landlord and the police officials, I gathered that when they found me, I was in the basement, laying in one of the tables, mumbling to myself. I don't recall any of that. Mr. B's body was never recovered. From what I have heard, the house is still standing, only minor fire damage. I don't see how that's possible. But knowing what I know now about this place, I kind of believe it. I had told the story to the police, and some guy dressed like Judge Judy, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I am not crazy. I like my new apartment. It's kinda small, like a studio apartment. I got a bed and a dresser and a nightstand and a lamp. Best of all, the rent is free. I don't have to work anymore. My neighbors are nice, a little quirky if you ask me, but nice nonetheless. There's a TV that we share in the living room, a game room where we gather and play cards and ping pong and other games of that sort. I have my own bathroom, which is nice. Food is included. It's mostly just mush, but still food. Security here is tight. There are cameras everywhere, and there are rules. If you break those rules, the landlord will move you into a much smaller apartment with no windows, but gives you this very cool jacket to wear that lets you hug yourself. I like that jacket. There are a bunch of nice ladies that come by every day with little white pieces of candy. Sometimes they're even different colors, but mostly white. Sometimes they even come at night. Oh, I gotta go now. It's bedtime. I'm excited. Tomorrow we get to go outside. Good night.
So, this story happened about 11 years ago. I was a senior in high school at the time, but it is the single most mind-boggling thing that I have ever experienced. It is also important to note that it happened in mid-December. I am from Iowa, and the winters here get cold at night. Like, you get stuck outside, you'll die kinda cold. Plus, the snowfall makes everything dead silent. You can hear anything and everything inside the house, even immediately outside of it. Well, me and my best friend were just hanging out in my family's walkout basement, just having a boring winter night and playing video game. We were also the only ones home. The reason it was just us is because my mother went from work straight to the bar to grab a few drinks with co-workers. So me and my friend thought it would be a good idea to break into the family wine and live a little. As we were sitting there opening up the first bottle, I hear the door to the garage open and slam shut. I immediately go, oh shit, and start looking for places to hide the bottle. My friend says, I thought you said your mum was supposed to be out all night. She was, I replied. I then heard a few heavy stomps, and I hear my mum yell out, Meowsaboo, anyone home? I yell back up the stairs, Yep, just hanging out in the basement. I hear a few more steps move from the garage door towards the stairs, and she yells again, Can you come help me with something? I need you up here. I reply back while frantically trying to find a good place to hide the wine bottle. Yep, just give me a minute. Then there was silence for about 20 seconds. Anyone down there with you? She yelled back in a more concerned, serious tone, in a voice that was slightly off my mother's. This was the first thing that told me something wasn't right. Our family never cared if anyone was over, as our house was a very open house to all family and friends, and the voice was just too wrong. Like, it sounded like my mother's, but it was missing something that I couldn't put my finger on. Weirded out, I reply, Just Galton. After I yelled that back to her, I found a good place to hide the bottle and began walking up the steps to the next level. Now, as I was walking up the stairs, I couldn't help but feel the overbearing silence of the house, and the slight electric twinge that something isn't right. When I got to the top of the steps, I looked over to where the door to the garage is, and also to the kitchen next to it, and it's black. Pitch black. All of the lights were off, and there was no moonlight shining through any windows. I walked over to the kitchen, yelling out, Mom, where are you? There was no reply, just silence and darkness. I feel the electric twinge turn into full needles, and my adrenaline kicking in to full force. I have to get out of here as fast as possible. My mother was not home. I run back down the stairs, grabbing my coat along the way. What's wrong? Colton says. My mum's not home, I reply as fast as I can, looking for my truck keys. What do you mean? You were just talking with her. I could see the confusion in his face. There's no one home. We need to leave now. I took a few steps towards the back door that opens up to the yard, and then I see my dog shaking on the couch and my cat growling behind it. I couldn't leave them. I just knew that if we left, something would happen. Are we leaving? Colton said, still confused as hell. No, I can't leave them here alone. Something is really off. I'm going to call my mom and figure it out. I pull out my phone and call my mom. She picks up immediately. Meowsaboo, what's going on? She answers. Mum, were you just home? I heard you yelling for me from the second level, and when I went up, you weren't there, I said frantically, hoping that she was playing a joke. No, I'm just leaving the bar. I wasn't feeling well. You okay? What do you mean you heard me? I fill her in on the whole story, and she rushes home. Colton and I stayed in the basement with the animals until she got home, but before she did, you could hear something upstairs. Not walking or sitting on things, but a pressure in the air, like a black hole was slowly moving from one room to the next, and the word that would instinctively describe it as hungry. When she got home, you could feel the thing leave as quickly as it came, like an overbearing, predatory presence had just flown away. We still have never figured out what the hell was going on, and this is just one story of many unexplainable things that have happened to us, but this is the easiest to write down, and the one I was happy to have witnessed. My mother has passed away now, and I have moved away to Arizona, but whenever I go back to Iowa and I see Colton, he still gets creeped out by what had happened. I will never truly know what happened, but I know that whatever it was that had my mother's voice, it was evil, and it was hungry. I'm a police officer, verified on r/protect and serve, in the southern U.S., in a suburban department of about 100 sworn officers. I work in a college town. I've been on about 10 years now. Made sergeant 4 years ago, but at the time of this story, I was just 2 years on, working the night shift patrol. I've been lucky that not a lot has affected me mentally, anyway, during my career. I don't have kids. That's how it gets to you usually. You can build all the mental walls you want, but when you have emotional connections with your kids and see something happen to kids, the walls mean nothing. Anyway, this one stuck with me. Still makes my hair stand on end, especially when it rains. It was September, just after midnight. I got put on a call of shots fired. Now, normally these calls turn out to be either fireworks or perhaps a car backfiring, but mostly fireworks. So, unless we get multiple calls on it, or a confirmed gunman or someone confirmed wounded, we just send one unit. That night, it was me. The shots fired was reported around a college football stadium. This was during football season, so there were a bunch of really big white tents set up all around the parking lots for tailgaters. I notified dispatch that I was on scene and started rolling through the parking lots, casting out my spotlight here and there. It was raining pretty heavily and hard to see. About half of the way through the lots, my spotlight illuminated the silhouette of a man sitting in a folding chair under one of those big tents. I pulled closer and lit him up, notified dispatch that I was out with one in the parking lot. His back was to me. He appeared to be hunched forward, as if his elbows were on his knees and his head was leaning forward. I walked towards him and started calling out to him. Can't remember exactly what I said, but something like, "Hey man, you okay? You heard anything strange? Can you come talk to me?" He didn't move or answer. As I drew closer, I lit him up with my flashlight. I then noticed the outline of a shotgun on the pavement next to him. Combined with him not answering and the nature of the call, it was enough for me to break leather and have dispatch hold the channel. I kept calling him as I approached, asking him to show me his hands, etc. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, my handgun, Glock, model 22. Has a Streamlight TLR-1 light on it. So, I had him lit up. 6 feet under the tent with him. 5 feet. 4 feet. I closed on him, came around to the front of him. Shotgun suicides are difficult. Often, if they put the barrel under their chin, the blast from the barrel will blow the gun out from under their chin before the shot ever hits them. There was a guy in my hometown that succeeded in a shotgun suicide, only because he did it in front of a pond. Put the barrel under his chin, pulled the trigger, only managed to blow his face off. Coroner said he probably ran around screaming through a hole that used to be his mouth before he drowned in the pond. This guy succeeded. Blew his head clean off. You do this job long enough, you notice funny little details. His elbows were indeed resting on his knees. It was as though he blew his head off, set the shotgun on the ground next to him, and then leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees to think about what he had done. About that time, I noticed that even though I was under the tent with him, it felt like it was still raining. And then I looked up. The following is a story that took place quite a few years back now. However, it still baffles me completely, and I'd like to share it here. I am a teenager, and I've been in scouting, Boy Scouts, for nearly all of my life, and I really enjoy exploring with my friends and being trusted more as I am older now. A few years ago, me and two girls named Amy and Harriet were asked to head into the woods surrounding our campsite to find a long, straight stick suitable for carving into a point. Bear in mind that I was a lot younger back then. Harriet was older and Amy only 1 year older than myself. We had been walking in deliberately the same direction as not to get lost and memorizing the surroundings as we went, in order to find our way back easily. About 15 minutes in, we couldn't find anything to take back, so we turned around and returned to the campsite. That's when the initial panic kicked in. The trees had almost unnaturally knitted themselves together in such a way that it seemed our path was non-existent in the first place, like it had just vanished. We looked around 360 degrees and now everything looked exactly the same. Trees we could have sworn were different from one another appeared as all copies of the same tree. We kept walking in what we thought to be the correct direction whilst shouting out for help, and eventually came to a concrete path, almost like a road but very thin, separating the forest, splitting it into two. We didn't follow the road as it went the wrong direction to our campsite. On the other side of the path was more forest, however, nearby was an abandoned shack, likely used for storage or whatever else. We had no idea anything like this was out here in these woods, so we just kept walking. We eventually came to a road we didn't recognize. A woman wearing a pink and purple regatta outdoors coat walked past and we frantically asked her for the direction to our campsite, as by now, according to our watches and Harriet's phone, we'd been walking for an hour to an hour and a half. She said she'd never seen us before, but she said there's another campsite in that direction. We followed her advice and eventually came back to our campsite. We frantically apologized for being so long and that we couldn't find anything. The leader, Ian, could see all three of us were shaken up, and he stated, confused, that we'd only been gone for roughly 25 minutes and that our free time was still going on. To this day, It baffles all three of us. Our free time was 40 minutes long, and our watches and phones had said we had been gone for hours. The forest we were lost in felt crushing and claustrophobic, like we'd entered into an area that the concept of time didn't apply to. I believe in the paranormal. However, this was unlike anything I'd ever heard or experienced before. It literally was like we'd been in a time vortex or something, and that hours in the forest were only minutes in the rest of the world. The feeling was very strange, and it stuck with me for the rest of the camp. Well, thank you for reading my story. It's a weird one, but it's true. If you would like to hear more stories from my weird life so far, then feel free to upvote and comment.
I'm sure everyone can remember their retail days. The periods of our lives when we worked long hours for shit pay and at the mercy of every dickhead who felt a soy sauce shortage was a legitimate reason to ruin somebody's shift. I'm still unfortunately eyeballs deep in that phase of my life. I sure wish that soccer moms with bad haircuts or thumb-shaped juice heads with little man syndrome were the biggest of my problems. We all make jokes about working retail being hell. Some even compare it to purgatory, a between space where time passes at a painstaking crawl. It's nothing compared to this. I had my back pressed against a cold refrigerator in the showroom. I was starting to get the hang of this fucked up version of hide and seek. I could hear a subtle but distinct clicking of the creature as it made its way up the aisles, meticulously searching. It knew I was here. I could see the arc of its back over high shelves and its gangly limbs clinging to the beams to keep its balance. I held my hands over my mouth and tried to steady my breath as the creature advanced. A vicious sludge oozed from its skin, sounding like tar when it dropped to the floor. The sludge eating away at everything it touched like a corrosive piranha solution. It smelled like hot floor at a dumpster fire, like burnt hair, warm beer, and melted plastic, with a nose-curling sourness of spoiled food. It was getting too close for comfort this time. The refrigerators rattled as I saw a meaty clawed hand the size of a large dog cling to their tops, followed by the sound of ragged breath. The smell grew heavier as the hand slapped from one fridge to another until it settled atop of mine. It sat there just long enough to wonder if I had been found before it, along with the smell, vanished entirely. Oh, thank God. I waited for my heart to move from hammering in my throat to back in my chest. I peeked my head out from behind the fridge to see no one. I was alone again. Management nearly got you this time, man. Or at least I thought I was. I about pissed myself and quickly turned around to find a mannequin standing within shoe-throwing distance in an ugly sweater and a pair of fitted khakis. Fred, Jesus Christ, I told you to start announcing yourself. I mean, I could have, but you would have ended up at Show's lunch. I know what everyone would be thinking right about now. This guy is hiding from monsters and talking to mannequins. He's probably nuts. And yeah, you'd probably be right. But consider this first. I work retail. I deserve to be crazy, so reserve all judgments for now. The mannequin, Fred, swung his body from side to side, stiffly waddling over to me.
She got Juan. Poor bastard didn't even see her coming, he said. Fred looked like a life-size Ken doll and spoke with a New York accent. His mouth never moved, though. It was permanently fixed into a smile, filled with a row of perfectly straight, white-painted teeth. But his eyes, those moved. They seemed to follow you. It was like one of those creepy old paintings where the eyes seemed to track you around the room no matter where you went. It was a little creepy. I kind of liked Juan. He didn't give me as many stink eyes as all the others. Well, he ain't got no eyes to stink with anymore. Squashed like a watermelon. Splat! Cheryl didn't even stop to look at him. Ugh. Hey, better him than us. Us. It won't eat you. It would be like eating a plastic bead, I said as I began to reface the water filters. I mean, yeah, but I would give her indigestion if she ever does. How noble of you. If Fred had been endowed with the gift of face muscles, he'd probably be wearing a shit-eating grin. It ain't easy being a hero. I listened again to see if Cheryl was still around. Can never be too careful with manager 5 ears to the ground, Cheryl. The screams in the distance told me it was somewhere in household chemicals, which meant there was around 4 miles of store between us. That's far enough. The hellscape where I work is called Theatre Mart. It was supposed to be a super shopping centre, best described as if a mall in Costco had a baby. But this baby was unfortunately disfigured so horribly it broke and disregarded the laws of the reality we live in. All that to say, Theatre Mart is like a retail affair baby if H.P. Lovecraft was the mistress. It's full of impossible creatures, monsters, and products an insane person couldn't even conjure in their strangest fever dreams. Everything inside Theatre Mart was white. A stark, sterile white from floor to ceiling, with shelves that stand several tall men high. There's a lingering smell of cheap plastic in here, and the only thing piercing the constant, mind-numbing silence is the distant sound of tiny elevator music. It comes from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The tune feels so familiar, just not enough to place or follow. If that wasn't chilling enough, the screams that abruptly break the silent hours when management is close by is frightening enough to start the heart of a dead man. Which is why it was so strange when, first, a momentary blanket of silence fell over the store like what they do for memorials. It was an oppressive, drawn-out silence before being broken by a voice erupting from invisible speakers.
Max, there's a call waiting for you on.
The page was followed by a shrill garble that sounded like Jabba the Hutt was choking on rocks before it was silent again. I look at Fred. What the fuck was that? You got a page, man. You gotta answer it. How? There's no phone in this department. The nearest working phone that I knew of was in electronics, which was about 6 or so miles away. I just cut my losses and throw myself from the highest shelf. There's no way I'd make it without being maimed or eaten before I get there. As absurd as this place is, I don't think treeking over toys and finding a Play School Elmo and Friends smartphone would cut it either. Well, it won't stop paging you until you answer it. And trust me, you're gonna want to answer it. What happens if I don't? He doesn't respond, and instead stares at me silently for a moment. Hello? He lunges forward and snatches my phone. Hey! I swiped to get it back, but Fred was quick for a guy with limited mobility. Sorry, pal, you'll thank me later. He began to speed waddle away. I actually had to run after him to keep up, which was impressive considering how his legs only moved in 2 directions. Fred, I can't leave without my... He disappeared, heading deeper into the store. Man, considering the short time I've been here, I've learned a lot about this place and how it operates. Sort of. In the grand scheme of things, I probably know absolutely dipsquat. Because of these dubious guidelines, I've made it far enough to share this. 1. Stay away from the other associates. They may look like people or potential survival partners, perhaps the last anchor you could hold steadfast to insanity with, but they are absolutely, definitely not. Far from it. Avoid them at all costs. They might have been human once, but they certainly aren't anymore. 2. The areas that turn yellow, or the zones of the store that are more decrepit than the other areas, are more prone to management activity. That's what Cheryl is. The denizens of this place are known as management. The higher the status, the nastier they are. 3. Be sure to follow the first 2 rules, no matter what. It makes life a lot easier. Funny enough, Fred actually bestowed upon me a lot of the knowledge I've accumulated about this place. Which pissed me off even more when I had to actively choose to break those 3 rules. Fred, this isn't funny. I don't have time for your crap. I continued walking at a brisk pace, following the distant taps of hollow dress shoes. All around me, the fluorescent lights became yellower, more tarnished. They flicker and hum overhead, and some are blown out completely. There are pillows and overturned furniture, soggy boxes and broken glass strewn about the linoleum. The smell of stale old couch stuffing and mildew penetrated the air and hung like a wet blanket, making it slightly uncomfortable to breathe. I walked beneath the hanging sign saying in bold blue letters, Home and Decor. Oh crap. I found myself reconsidering how important my phone really was. I could just buy a new one. Sure, the other one isn't even paid off yet, but is it really worth being eaten or squashed or whatever it is monsters do to people? A scrawny college student sustained purely of ramen and espresso can't taste that good, right? Just when I talked myself into abandoning my phone with every puppy pic of my dog I've ever taken, I felt eyes fixed on me. I had been spotted. Maxwell. Shit. I very slowly turn around to find looming over me was Nosferatu. Well, he's not actually Nosferatu, but he could have had me fooled if this were a spirited Halloween. Ralph, you look, alive today? Ralph's skin clung to his skeletal frame like wet toilet paper. The white of his eyes were as sunken and yellow as the lights around us, and his apron, identical to mine, covered in various stains of several concerning colours. I tried my best not to stare at them, as he leaned down and hovered close to my face. His irises glistened a gross milky white with something swirling behind their film. Why are you in my department, Maxwell? Now, would have been an amazing time to be great at lying, but I wasn't much of a talker at the best of times. I was getting... My eyes began to frantically dart around for a sign or... Milk! Milk? Yeah, milk. Can't have my bones breaking on the job, right? I made an attempt at a playful punch, but Ralph was so much squishier than he should have been. I felt my stomach lurch when my fist sunk through his arm and into his torso like a damn slime-filled stress ball. Except instead of alleviating stress, he makes it so much worse. He stared at me for a moment in unimpressed silence. Ralph was a supervisor. Not only that, but I managed to piss him off twice in my first week. Needless to say, he's far from my biggest fan. He also makes me really uncomfortable. You are heading in the wrong direction. Oh, really? Oh, I'm still getting turned around. 3 weeks and I still have no sense of direction. Typical Max. I took a step back. Well, I better be on my way now. Looks like I've got ways to walk. I'll call for assistance. Nope. Why's that? You're gross. He said nothing. I mean, grossly understaffed. You look like you're barely holding on with these dang staff shortages, right? I don't want to impose. Nailed it. He continued eyeballing me for a tiny eternity. All I could do was stand there and sweat. Maybe if I didn't move, he would leave, like a T-Rex. Unfortunately, Ralph didn't follow predatory chicken rules. He took a step back and very, very slowly started to open his mouth. It stretched and cracked like the Conjuring house with osteoporosis. His teeth were rotting and twisted, and his tongue was a sickly purple color. If I wasn't running on 3 hours of sleep and 2 Red Bulls, I probably would have started screaming like a kid in a haunted Chuck E. Cheese. Just as Ralph took an impressively deep breath to shriek or howl or whatever awful sound supervisors make to summon managers, I saw my phone fly out of seemingly nowhere with the momentum of a bullet. It twirled wildly like an ISO throwing star and very effectively caved in the right side of Ralph's face. He fell on the floor with a tragic plopping sound that reminded me of a soggy banana peel landing in a puddle. Booyah! Fred sprung out from behind a love seat and started doing an awkward victory dance. I should have tried out for the Yankees! Hopefully you've got some reflexes to go with that throwing arm. You're lucky I don't do the same for you running off with my phone. Ah, come on, Maxie. I had to get you moving somehow. I didn't respond. Instead, I leaned down and plucked my phone from Ralph's caved-in dome. It came free with a moist snick. Thankfully, there was no grey matter or blood, just a gross and slightly greasy film where his skin and my phone made contact. If I have to touch one more bodily excretion that isn't mine, one more time this week. Fred slowly stuck his foot into Ralph's side and laughed when The old man made a sound like a deflated sponge cake. Eh, you get used to it. Now, let's get the show back on the road. No. I need to go back to appliances where it's safe. I haven't even been over here for 5 minutes and Ralph was already trying to hand me a pink slip from life. Fred somehow managed to blow a raspberry without his lips moving and pat my shoulder. He wishes he had the clearance to do that. All he can do is hoop and holler. Ain't that right, Ralphie? Ralph, now drooling, said nothing and only continued to make more squishy, deflating sounds. Is he okay? Oh yeah, I saw him get crushed by a shelf once. He's even been sat on by Bonnie, and he still got up. He was totally fine too. I'm sure he enjoyed getting sat on more though, sly dog. Wow. I know, right? He's all about that bass. Respect that. Oh, no. I mean, does he just not die, or does he not have bones? He looked back down at Ralph and then back at me. Well, he's got something. How the heck did he get a squash-proof card? Ha! What, you want one too? Trust me, you don't want whatever he's got. Shit, it's probably terminal. What's that mean? Fred did something like he was trying to shrug, trying and failing. He also had the nerve to take another swipe at me in an attempt to grab my phone again. I quickly stuck my phone in the air and slapped his plastic hand away. Hey! God, you're worse than a 3-year-old today. What the hell, man? I've seen Fred do some pretty weird stuff, aside from the living mannequin thing. All it took was a fraction of a second for me to blink for Fred to be gone with my fucking phone again. I looked at my empty hand, then over my shoulder at him, booking it down the aisles. Just before I could sputter the creative string of swear words I had threaded together just for Fred's ears, the store was plunged into silence again. Oh no. It lasted a few seconds longer than before.
Max, there is a call waiting for you on.
The horrible sound it made was louder, so much louder this time. I slapped my hands over my ears. I could feel the sound vibrating in my chest. It only lasted for a moment, but that's all it took to leave me with an annoying ring in my ears. So, that's what he meant. Now, begrudgingly, coming to terms that this shift was going to probably be a very dangerous trek across the store, I looked back at the now deflated Ralph. Within moments of being clocked with my phone, he looked like a snake was running around in a human suit, and he shed him at some point. I almost wanted to feel bad, but he was a dick, and I thought better of it. Instead, I opted to start going through his pockets. Let's see. Food tokens, box cutter, and some new blades. I'm sure those will come in handy. I had made the mistake of losing my pocket knife on my first day to the disembodied appendages that live under the shelves in aisle 12 and 16. Don't ask. That is a story for another time. I clicked up the blade and the thing extended to almost 4 inches long. How many newbies like me have you used this thing on, Ralph? 'Cause I certainly haven't seen you open any boxes. I stood, gave him one last squishy nudge with my foot, and then went to find that stupid mannequin. The home decor apartment almost reminded me a bit of a decrepit thrift store. The musty smell of old used things and old used people. Ralph fitted in perfectly with the washed out background that was bathed in piss yellow. But I also couldn't help but wonder, why did this side of the store look as awful as it did? There were even water stains on the fiberglass ceiling tiles way up above. Everything I've seen in the store looked awful in some capacity, but the level of awfulness here was borderline ridiculous. My job had me stuck in different departments every shift, something referred to as a floater. Basically, I was being trained in a bit of everything. The one who hired me told me that I would have this position until I found my place. I thought that statement was strange because I was only supposed to be here for about 3 months. At one point, I was certain I would stay longer. $20 an hour for a retail gig sounded like cake, but now I find myself wondering if I'll even last that long.
You've been standing there for an awfully long time, Maxwell.
It was a woman's voice. My attention snapped back into the moment so hard I nearly got whiplash. Wet and broken glass crunched under my feet as I spun. I pulled out my new box cutter, holding it out in front of me. It's Max, and a guy can't take a second to collect his thoughts.
Sure you can. But standing in the middle of an aisle, muttering to yourself, might be considered a little crazy, wouldn't you say?
A massive spider, as big as a Volkswagen Beetle, slowly peered over the shelves that had been covered in ugly pillows and rested atop of it. She had a shiny black body and long, sharp legs that still shimmered like obsidian spears in the low light and easily extended around 17 feet. Her 8 eyes were a deep red, and her front 2 legs ended in unmistakably human hands, with manicured nails. Janice, from what I understand, is one of the vendors. She's also one of the few creatures in here I don't find myself running and screaming from, shockingly. She's just kind of a bitch. Considering the things that go on here, I'm not exactly concerned with what people think of me, I say, slowly aiming the box cutter away.
Oh, not enjoying your position? You seemed so enthusiastic a few weeks ago.
Why in God's name do you think I would be having fun in this place? And I had no idea the shit I'd have to deal with a few weeks ago. This is entrapment. It's illegal. Janice tapped her perfectly maintained nails against the metal shelves like an irritated Disney villain, making annoying tink sounds.
Still on that, are we? You're not the brightest, are you? But a busted, broke college student down on his luck with $5 to his name. People like you thrive in extreme situations. You adapt.
No. People who get thrown into shit like this die.
Well, seeing how you were hired here, no one will miss you if you do.
Ouch.
It's true.
I know it's true, but you didn't have to say it like that.
Theater Mart, as well as being a space between, has the ability to bring out something in people they would rather not look at. It changes them into something more.
She looked at a moldy pillow sitting beside her on the shelf. She huffed while pushing it away, and it went tumbling to the floor with a wet.
More compelling, I'd say. You get to break the monotony and forget how small you are.
I'm perfectly comfortable with how small I am. Thanks. What a winner. I'm sure your girlfriend shares the same sentiment. That's a bold assumption. And was there a point to you grudge calling up there, or are you just trying to harass me? I like having the high ground, and I wanted to give you a bit of friendly advice. Well, don't leave me in suspense, Obi-Wan. Who's that? He's... never mind. What is it? She sighed and slowly lowered herself down the shelf, creaking under her weight as she did, so she lowered her voice to a whisper. Don't eat the food. What? She hissed this time, speaking a little louder. Do not eat the food. I didn't want to sound like a broken record, but I was really confused. What? Ah, you insufferable little man. This is why I am a widow. Forget it. She sighed and rubbed her 8 eyes. The mannequin wanted me to pass this on to you. She pulled out a pair of pink flower clippers from seemingly nowhere. Go to Garden and Live Goods. He's waiting for you there. Avoid the big flower. She handed me the clippers and tisked, dumbass. Thanks, I guess. I eyed the clippers. They made a satisfying snipping sound when I pulled the handles. Don't mention it. In typical spider fashion, she creeped back up the shelf and disappeared over the other side. If every spider is as rude as she is, I don't know if I feel quite as bad as I used to when I would bring a shoe down on them. I stuck the clippers into my apron and began to head in the direction I was pretty sure was the garden. It's funny to think that just a year ago or so, going to the grocery store was comparable in enjoyment to going to a bookstore. Hell, it was almost as exciting as going to a water park some weeks because it was just being out. Now, I'd give just about anything to lock myself in my apartment and never leave again. After walking for what felt like hours, which was in reality probably around 30 to 45 minutes, I found myself among the shelves with strange boxes on them, and some of the ugliest shoes I had ever seen. They were all different colors and sizes, like someone had just hit the randomize button on a shoe generator and hoped for the best. To make matters stranger, the ones on display had chains on them. I slowly approached a large Pepto-Bismol pink stiletto. It stood about a bookshelf tall and had a whole very alive flamingo for a heel. The flamingo looked at me but didn't move. This is really weird. The one beside it had a large ugly sign that had Pike Storm, Bring the Thunder, and the shoe sat floating on its pedestal. It looked like a cloud that was raining and letting off little veins of lightning. I have to admit, I would probably wear those. I found myself wondering who or what could have designed these. Someone would have had to, but I suppose things just appearing out of the ether wouldn't be the strangest thing happening here. I continued to browse the strange shoe zoo. Some shoes were just cardboard cutouts, some were fifth-dimensional, and some were vicious puddles of gunk, somehow holding itself into a shoe shape. It wasn't until I heard a low growl and the rattle of metal did I realize what the chains were really for. Apex Collection, said a sign, posted by a pair of pumas that were not only the size of literal pumas, but behaved like pumas too. The giant shoes were attached to predatory cat legs, and attached to those were very large claws. They swiped and hissed at me as I quickly made my way past. The ruckus they were making must have woken up the other shoes as I began to quicken my pace down the aisle. I started hearing barking, the boxes on the shelves began to rattle, and some lost their lids. The shoes were peering out of them while snarling and yapping at me, like a ton of angry little leather dogs. Some even started chasing me, little sharp teeth bared. I broke into a sprint once I was able to move past how perplexed I was with the situation. The little beasts were fast, almost too fast for me to outrun, and they began nipping at my heels. One even managed to bite my leg, and I couldn't help but wonder if that meant I'd turn into a wereshoe too at some point. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. Once I could see the edge of the shoe department and started to see the woman's apparel, I dove and slid, aiming for a rack. I slipped across the linoleum like a baseball player. When I came out the other side, I was somewhere else entirely. It was dark here, and cold. I almost preferred the shoe section more. I had no idea what department I was in now, if I was in one at all. Something about this place took my anxiety and cranked it up to a 15, as if it weren't already bad enough. It was so quiet I couldn't even hear the music that played over the speakers anymore. Theatre Mart is a massive store. There's only one map of this place, and it's by the entrance. This entrance is something I've only seen twice since I've been here, and according to the map of the store, it stretches miles upon miles in every direction, which also means, God forbid, someone loses something or someone in here. It'd be like looking for a straw of hay in a needle stack. Wherever I had just appeared had no familiar landmarks, which meant I was very, very lost. The shelves here stretched high past the light beams and climbed up into the inky darkness that hung overhead. The store started to look slightly warped. The tiles weren't a square, and the floor felt like it was slanted in an upward angle in some places or downward in others. The shelves, as well as gargantuan, also housed boxes labelled with no language known to man. Began to lean and curve. I tried my best to keep walking, to not peek over my shoulder every few steps. If there was something behind me, I'd prefer not know. Fred. My voice, barely over a whisper, only met with silence. It was heavy, oppressive silence, the kind of silence that leaves your ears ringing, the kind of silence humans spend hundreds of years trying to forget about and fill with the sounds of electricity, a primal silence. If I had my phone, I would have put in my earbuds and put on some music or an audiobook. Hell, I'd even settle for white noise. And until now, I thought it was creepier than quiet. Wherever I was, even the tap of my sneakers against the white tiles was being drowned out somehow. I wanted to start yelling, but I was afraid of what could be lurking in the spaces where the lights couldn't touch. My voice didn't peak over a choked whisper. That fear response you get as a child the first time you get lost in a grocery store was setting in. The fear that you'll never see your family again. You'll be trapped here forever. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home and hide in my room where it's familiar, where it's safe. The loudest thing here was very, very quickly becoming my intrusive thoughts. It's funny, in a fucked up sort of way, how the human brain will just pick some of the greatest hits from your childhood when there are no real distractions. But I guess this one was appropriate. It fell into place like a cylinder built to fall seamlessly into a slot. I had only been lost in a store once in my life, but it's easily one of my most vivid memories. My dad had actually forgotten me there. An old mom and pop store called the Farmer's Stand. I was stuck, wandering around for almost 3.5 hours until the old woman who owned the place brought me to the police station when she saw me eating a loaf of bread right off the shelf. I wouldn't see him again until I was standing beside his casket. The sight of him being lowered into the ground, it had become a stain on my mind since the moment my all too young eyes watched as it was lowered into a deep, dark hole. A void in the floor. I don't want to say it appeared, because that implies it was created. It was a space of nothingness in the floor, inches from my feet. The powerful bang of a shotgun barrel going off rolled like thunder from the spontaneously appearing floor void. My heart leaped into my throat and I fell backwards, ass first. Forcing myself to move and crab crawl away from whatever it was. The silence had been preparing my ears to take the brunt of the truly deafening sound. I sat for a moment, frozen like a frightened livestock, my breath hitched in my throat, my heart pounding so hard that it made it almost painful to breathe. Matt, a gargled voice spoke from the void. Matt, where are you? I'm sorry. The voice sounded strange, like it was struggling to speak, but didn't have the tools to craft enunciated words. A bloodied hand slapped against the lid of the hole. The hand clasped onto the floor so hard it shook. The hand was purple, with nails practically shredded and raised from scratching against something. Around the third finger, a familiar golden band. I began to see spots in the corners of my vision. No, it's not possible. This isn't happening. I'm losing my mind. A human form rose from the hole. It wore a black fitted tux and had dark brown hair caked in blood. Brains and bone fragments shook loose as it pulled itself from the void. Math, I am. The shotgun gripped in their right hand hit the tile with a loud crack. What was barely a man rose from the void, heaving wet and ragged gasps. All I could do was sit and watch in horror as my father stood before me. His face blown to pieces and dripping onto his shoes like a mask made of chewing gum. I am sorry. The malformed words echoed from the only discernible hole left in his head. It was full of broken teeth and mangled tongue. His jaw swinging like a tattered flag at the lower half of the head. Shaped crater where not even eyes or sockets were left. The sound of my father's voice, his decimated face and broken stride as he now slowly limped towards me, was too much. Something about the image in front of me pulled a loose thread in the back of my mind, pulling me back into a moment of pain and confusion when my aunt and uncle sat me down and told me, "Your father ate the barrel, Max. That's how he died." He had given up on me. The all-too-real phantom took his gun and clumsily raised it towards me, aiming it so my eyes pointed right down its double barrel. He choked again, repeating the same disjointed drivel he had been spouting. "I am Dad, please don't," was all I could say. I heard a click, followed by a metallic chink. I didn't know what gun made those sounds, but I knew what would come next. I closed my eyes and waited.
Max, there's a call waiting for you on.
A brilliant pain erupted in my head with the sound of the page. The sound was so loud I could feel it in the floor beneath me and rattled in my skull. The bass of the horrible sound shook me down to the marrow. I could feel a hot gush on either side of my head, followed by a trickle warmth down my neck and collarbone. I couldn't have even had the comfort of hearing myself scream. Passing out was a mercy. The last thought I remember having before I blacked out still stands out to me, clearer than the memory itself. Was I not worth fighting harder for? It's still a question I find myself asking, even after all this time. I've only worked one other retail job before this. It was a dodgy corner store that made most of its cash from liquor sales, cigarettes, and cheap imported knickknacks for tourists. I lasted a week, but that job doesn't even hold a candle to the fuck shit I have had to deal with here. The page had started and ended again, but now, filling the silence was pain. Blinding pain, and an intense, high-pitched, constant ringing. I couldn't remember when my eyes opened again, but I found myself laying on my side in a small and cold, slightly coagulated puddle of blood. I had been lying there, staring at the white tile that stretched for miles into the dark in one direction. The thing pretending to be my dad was nowhere to be seen, and though he didn't have the opportunity to blow my head off, the pounding migraine I now had felt like it would finish the job. I peeled myself off the floor, and my eyes took their sweet time adjusting to a very differently lit place I found myself in. The ground was level again, and the shelves were their normally straight and stupidly tall selves. Where am I? My voice was muffled like I was hearing my own voice through a wall. There was a thin trail of what I could only assume to be my blood, leading back to a lone clothing rack full of ugly sweaters. I wanted to investigate, but something about having your eardrums popped like flesh balloons really takes the curiosity out of you. My head felt heavy, and my limbs hung from their joints like lead pipes as I tried to regain my bearing. By some random intervention of God or the devil or whatever forces are at work here that either decided to cut me a break or deliver me right to the doorstep of my untimely demise, I was standing right under the garden and live good sign. The smell here was... the air was different. It was swampy. It was noticeably unique from the other areas I visited. The pungent odor of decaying plant matter, wet soil and humidity slapped me in the face like a swampy Louisiana morning. There were vines on the floor as thick as a man's thigh, and I could have sworn they were moving and twitching slightly. Off in the distance I could see a pair of automatic sliding doors. Beyond them was a dark, Viridian shadow. I found myself reconsidering again if I really could live without my phone or not. I could just find a sack of cloths to sit under until my shift finished. It would be so easy. I could probably even fall asleep. How wonderful would it be if this is all just a nightmare? I took a moment to follow that thought. How weird would it be to set up a therapy appointment from a payphone? Is that a red flag? I feel like that would be kind of a red flag. Max, buddy, you made it! I knew you could do it! I turned to see Fred, armless and sprinting from out of nowhere towards me. He was wearing a sun hat and a bright blue polo with empty sleeves flopping in the wind. I was so worried you had it exploded already. Did you get my message from Janice? I slapped him so hard, his head spun, like it literally spun. I almost spun it off his plastic neck. Are you fucking serious? You left me walking around aimlessly on my own in this place. Give me my goddamn phone before I take your legs too. He was completely unfazed, his head continuing to spin as he spoke. Okay, I know you're mad, but do you mind? I begrudgingly stopped his head from spinning and turned it to face me. I didn't know how else to get you motivated to come with me to garden to use their phone. No offense, but you're kinda stubborn. Fred. Yeah? I pinched the bridge of my nose. I could feel the throbbing in my head, pulsing in my sinuses and teeth. Part of me wondered if it was a tension headache from how irritated I was, or if it could have something to do with the air nuke I just received. I looked back at Fred's stupid smiling face and took a deep, deep breath. Max, don't dismember your only lifeline. It's not worth it. I addressed him in the way one would talk to a dog that was too dumb to understand why it wasn't okay to pee in the house. If you told me the page was going to increase in volume to the point it could kill me, I would have gladly come with you. Ah, for real? Yes. Ah, Maxie, I didn't think you trusted me that much already. Hug? No. Your opportunity for a hug left when you stole my phone. I turned and started to head towards the doors. I kicked the vines out of the way as I walked. I was fed up and just wanted whatever little Shop of Horrors nonsense I would have to deal with next to be over. I could hear Fred trailing close behind me and continuing his chatter, but it was so much harder to hear him now. I'll definitely have to go to the doctor's for this. God, the bill is going to suck. I guess the $20 an hour is worth something, as shitty as the situation is. Max! I think I'll order a bunch of food when I get home, with ice cream. Hey, Max! Ice cream and my nice warm bed. Max! What? Help! I spun towards the plastic pain in my ass and threw my hands in the air. What? What the hell could you possibly need my help with? Oh my god! The stupid vines had picked up Fred and were now pulling him apart, one of his legs coming free with a pop. Hey, Vines! Off the legs, pal. You ain't even offered me dinner yet. Well, what do I do? Well, if a scenario wherein you're being or in this case, mannequin handled by a co-worker in a way you don't like should arise, you should go to HR. Theater Mart can let a little bit of murder slide, but definitely not. A final pop, and the last of Fred's appendages were gone. As much as I would like to say I leaped into action to save him, hacking and slashing the vines away, and got Fred's legs back, I didn't. In fact, I couldn't even bring myself to feel all that bad. It was only a matter of time before the page sounded again and popped my head like a meaty gusher. I'm pretty sure after that I wouldn't really need my ears anymore. I don't have time for this. The vines lifted Fred higher into the air, him never stopping to take a breath as he began to beg and plead, which was surprising. Max, buddy, you're gonna help me out. No, I'm gonna go answer the phone. Fred made a sound similar to a plastic clothing tag being taken off his shirt. I couldn't tell how I know, but it was the mannequin equivalent of a whine. Ah, come on, man. I'll come back for you. If I remember, though. Not cool, dude. Not cool. Just when I thought the plant, for whatever reason, had no interest in me, I felt a vine very quickly slink up my pants leg and climb much higher than I appreciated. Fred was right. This plant was a little too touchy. I could only let out a squeak before it quickly yanked my leg out from underneath me. I fell forward, the full weight of my body falling on my chest. I could see something passing back and forth behind the doors, which implied that 1, it was big, and 2, it was waiting for us. The vines, as though they noticed the shape when I did, began dragging us both towards the door. My face made hard contact with the tile and undoubtedly gave me a hell of a shiner on my cheek. I dug my nails into the ridges in the floor, but to no avail. It only took about 10 seconds for us to clear the almost football field length between us and the doors to the garden and live goods. The smell of swamp hit me with about the same force as the vine slingshotting me and Fred's torso down the soil aisle. The air was hot and wet. Water dripped from the shelves, and there was a noticeable fog that had settled on the floor. The place was a jungle, and if I hadn't been tossed around or deafened, I probably would have thought this place was pretty cool. Would have been the key word. Fred's eyeballs began to dart around their sockets, his head moving from left to right on the axis of his neck. Oh man, oh shit. I laid on the floor for a minute, just staring at the cascading vines for just a bit longer before they started pulling me to pieces too. Fred was notably not as impressed. He wiggled and wobbled, trying to turn over on his side. This was not a good plan. Bad plan. We gotta get out of here. Why? Are you scared? If the pager goes off again, I'm toast. Extra frickin' crispy. I'm not supposed to be here. I owe the garden manager big time. Owe them what? If Fred had nails, or a mouth, or hands for that matter, he would have been biting them. I lost a game of Uno to them, and I still haven't paid what I owe. That sounds like a you problem. For the second time in less than 5 minutes, I peeled myself off the floor and took one last moment to admire the plants around me. They were so strange and bright. I had never seen plants like these. I wonder if anyone would notice if I took one of the small ones home. Max, hold up. Oh, before I forget, I walk over to Fred, reach into his legging pants pocket, and grab my phone. To my dismay, the idiot had cracked my screen. That made it all the easier to leave him there, armless, legless, and yelling. Serves him right. I walked up and down the aisles, trying to get some inclination on where in the department I was. But this place, like the rest of the store, was absolutely gargantuan. The dense foliage consisted of trees as thick as Greek pillars, shrubbery with leaves as large as tables, and hypnotically coloured flowers, some of which sprayed you in the face. I made the mistake of trying to pick up a purple one that smelled like Listerine mouthwash. A carpet of soft moss blanketed over most of the floor, where only every few yards was the tile underneath visible. I'd be lying if I didn't say, as strange as the plants in here were, something in here put me at ease. It felt as though it were welcoming me to sit, to sleep, to stay. No, I have to answer that damn phone. I have to stay focused. I can't keep wasting time and walking around aimlessly. Maybe leaving Fred behind wasn't the best idea. I managed to find a shelf-like structure buried beneath vines, moss, and branches. I took a deep breath and began scaling it as quickly as I could manage. I had to see where exactly I was and pray, wherever or whatever the manager was, it didn't spot me piddling around up there. I peeked over the top, feeling brave, and then climbed all the way up. I sat atop of the shelf, getting a full view. It was breathtaking. The entire department was a lush rainforest. Overhead, above the canopy, actual clouds formed. I couldn't help but speak out aloud a quiet, "Whoa." Maybe this is why Janice likes loitering on top of the shelves. I can't imagine home and decor looking this amazing, though. As I began to be lulled once more by the surroundings, I saw a head peek at me from the shelf on the other side of the aisles from me. A head with thick auburn spirals and some of the greenest eyes I had ever seen. It seemed they saw me before I saw them, and they were locked on me. They appeared apprehensive of my presence. Hi," I said with a wave. The top half of the head was thankfully attached to a girl. She pulled herself up to the top of the adjacent shelf. She was pretty, really pretty. She wore a long dark green skirt, from what I could tell, a well-loved Led Zeppelin t-shirt, peeking out from over the top lip of her white and green stained apron, with a pair of combat boots. She eyed me inquisitively and said something. I could only gesture to my ears and respond, I can't hear you. Sorry." She wrinkled her nose, then began digging in her apron pocket and producing a notebook and pen. She scribbled something, then proceeded to crumble up the paper into a small ball and throw it across the gap between us. She had a throwing arm to rival Fred's, and the little ball landed in my lap. I carefully unfolded the slightly damp paper to read the message in flowery handwriting. "Are you Max?" My chest tightened with anxiety. Tell the pretty and mysterious girl my name and break rule 1, or lie and hope it doesn't come back to bite me. I smiled and nodded my head like a dope. She returned my smile and made the phone gesture with her hand, holding it up to her ear. I nodded and smiled again, mimicking the gesture. Oh, thank God, she knows where the phone is. I pulled out my own pen and scribbled on the other side of the paper. "What's your name?" Might as well even out the playing field. And tossed it to her. She opened it, smiling wider this time, dimples appearing in her cheeks as she wrote her response and tossed the ball back to me. This might be the strangest game of catch I had ever played. "Anna Odie," the note said. She wrote another and tossed it at me. It read, "What happened to your ears?" I answered, "Popped 'em. Gotta go answer the page." I paused for a moment and quickly gestured for the paper back. She tossed it back to me and I added, "Your ears aren't damaged?" I returned it and she responded by pulling a pair of scruffed up AirPods out of her pocket with a shy smirk. Ah, good old sound cancelling. There was something about her that made the quiet suggestion to stay a while longer grow in intensity. She began to climb down, gesturing for me to follow, and I did so without missing a beat. When I reached the bottom, the fog seemed so much thicker. It carried a strange, sweet smell. It only came up to the knee, thankfully, but it was so dense I couldn't see my feet. A gentle tap on my shoulder caused me to flinch and nearly reach for my box cutter. Anna held up her hand, smirking at me. "Got ya." I couldn't hear her voice, so I read her lips instead. I guess my ears were more messed up than I initially thought. I tried to relax and shrugged. "You got me," I said. Hannah began digging in her pocket once again, but this time producing a fist-sized flower pot. It looked incredibly similar to Zingiberisi, or the shampoo plant, but it was a vibrant electric blue and smelled like licorice root with molasses. She held it up and tilted her head. Tilt your head like this. It'll help your ears. I didn't argue and did as she said. Something about her was just so disarming. I tilted my head. She gently put one hand under my chin. With the other, she held the pot above my ears. I heard a faint squish followed by an uncomfortable sensation of syrup being poured into my ear canal. My face contorted in the way that made her giggle. At least she's having fun. What was strange, though, her voice sounded like the quiet chirping of a broken bird. This time, when she spoke again, still no sound came from her. Either I was permanently deaf, she was mute, or there was something else at play. Either way, I was faced with a new issue now. I couldn't understand my guide, and I'm horrible at lip reading. All right, Dopey. Now the other one. She mouthed as though she had no idea there was a huge communication barrier between us. She took me by the chin, gently tilting my head to the other side. She squeezed the pod once more, and it felt even worse going into my ear the second time. I couldn't help but stare and study her face for any signs of something. Her eyes met mine again, and she beamed. Better? She mouthed. My migraine and the throbbing in my ears were quickly evaporating, so the flower juice did something. But I also found myself in the introvert dilemma. You go through a drive-through and ask for no pickles, to only receive them in your sandwich and be too awkward to go back and ask them to fix it for you. She was nice enough to even try. I didn't want to be a bother. I'll just deal, I guess. Yeah, thank you. She clapped. I heard that, or I think I did. Good, she said, as well as a bunch of other things I couldn't really make out. She spoke quickly and I was only able to pick up something about flower food. She disappeared into the next aisle and I followed close behind her. I really hope we weren't taking a detour. I am running out of time. Every few steps I nearly tripped over vines and whatever lay beneath the fog. Every time I did, she glanced at me from over her shoulder. Careful, she'd say. Yeah, sorry. I could hear my voice through the syrup, the vicious nectar, making it sound like I was underwater. I tried to keep pace with her as we walked and resist the urge to try digging the now quickly drying flower gunk in my ears. By then, I should have just kept my mouth shut, but I can't stand awkward silence, and now, despite not being able to hear it, I could still feel it. Not to mention, on top of being a horrible lip reader, I suck at talking to girls. So, how long have you been here? I hoped she wouldn't notice me staring at her lips to understand what she was saying. I was becoming hyper-aware of what I was looking at, which was probably what made it even worse. What do you mean? She was now staring back at me, which made me stare even harder at her. Damn it, Max, blink. Stop being weird. In the theatre mart. In garden.
Oh, she began to fidget with her skirt. I have no idea how long it's been. I'm sure you know how time works. A little funky here.
I do, unfortunately. This is the hardest conversation I've ever had. Am I really that out of touch with talking to people? Seriously, I need to get out more. Anna continued to talk, completely unfazed by our unspoken staring contest. She didn't take her eyes off me once. It was like she was so familiar with this place she didn't even need to look where she was going. I couldn't help but wonder what that was like, to be so sure of anything. By then, I'd already missed half of her sentence.
Days or weeks, and neither of us would know until our shifts are over.
Oh yeah, but aren't you even a little bit concerned that you don't know how long you've been here? She gave me a strange look, which told me I had almost certainly missed a social cue.
Well, typically, people who want to go home are people who either have someone they miss at home or their home is better than where they are now. Neither of those apply to me. Plus, I'm getting
Something. I missed that part.
And to top it all off, I think I found another reason to like it here.
I felt her hand brush against mine and nearly leaped out of my skin. Yeah. The only thing I could hear now was my heart thumping in my eyes.
Do you have someone you miss, Max? Someone waiting for you?
Me? No, not really. I'm half convinced that if I vanish, my family would be relieved. I paused. Sorry, that was a little dark. Anna traced my knuckles with her pinky finger before wrapping her hand around my own. The wash of pity on her face finally forced me to break and look away. She gently tugged on my earlobe. I looked at her again, being faced with the deep pools of striking emerald. It was like lightning to the soul.
No, that's how you feel, and if that's the case, they aren't your family. Your real family.
I shrugged. I sort of wanted the conversation to end there. I was starting to feel heavy, and it was becoming so much harder to decipher what she was saying. But Anna kept going.
Is that really how you feel, Max?
Her hands trailed up my arm and leaned her head on my shoulders as we walked. She continued staring up at me, never once looking away, her eyes practically piercing into me. The longer I looked into her eyes, the harder it got to keep moving, to keep wanting to move, to blink, to speak. I couldn't bring myself to respond anymore. I just nodded my head, bobbing like a bowling ball.
Then stay here with me. I'll make sure you never feel lonely, only loved.
Whoa, wait a second. That's a little forward.
It's what you need. You belong here.
I don't think either of us are ready for that level of commitment. I'm still in college. Her grip tightened. Anna was a lot stronger than she looked. Oh no.
It's okay. We'll learn together.
Something.
Forever.
As sweet as that might sound, I think several months down the line I really can't stay here.
But you can. I can make it so easy.
She stopped us and put her hands on my cheek. That little voice in my head telling me to stay was much louder now. It wasn't mine. Look at me, Mac. Don't you want to stay? I was transfixed. She held me there in her gaze. I was trapped. Her eyes were pulsing now, different shades of green, infinite mandalas of spiral, coalescing and folding in on themselves like beautiful stained glass mosaics. They were every shade of green imaginable. Being this close to her, she smelled like honeysuckle and hyacinth. Stay with me. I can't. I don't want. I remembered the soft bed of moss beneath me. Chills running up and down my body in waves. I was so tired, I almost wished she would turn me to stone with those eyes. Anything if it meant I could rest unbothered forever. My brain re-registering how blissfully peaceful it was here. How easy it would be just to stay. It was such a comfortable idea. I closed my heavy eyelids as Anna planted a kiss on my lips. Even to acknowledge the sensation of touch was too much energy. It burned and tasted like poison, but I gave in. My only reward was the world around me finally being plunged into inviting, quiet black. Consciousness came to me in waves. Strange sensations and sounds piqued my curiosity, but not enough to shake me from my stupor. At least that was the case until I felt hot stinging on my backside. My eyes shot open, my body ached, and my skin was tingling. It can't be good. My vision slowly came back into focus, and I realized I was sitting inside a giant pitcher plant. I was submerged up to the neck in a translucent green syrupy liquid that was doing God knows what to me. My entire body felt slightly numb but slightly warm. It was like being in an ogre's mouth. It was gross, and I hated it. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty, Anna said, sitting on top of one of the pitchers beside me, like a hipster grudge version of Mary Poppins. I could hear her now. Her voice was clear as a bell, but it sounded slightly distorted, as though she were speaking through a walkie-talkie that got dropped in the toilet. My relief gave way to confusion, then annoyance. You ever heard of the term no means no? And why do you sound like that? Not being able to understand you was getting to be a chore, so I decided to assimilate you. Wait, what? Dude, look, I don't know what plant yonder hoodoo you used on me, but I literally just want to answer the phone and get out of here. Like, I get you're probably super lonely in here, but I'm not the guy you want. I've got more issues than a Stephen King character. I heard a snort and a scream laugh from a bundle of vines below me. Ha! Yonder hoodoo. Good one. Fred. Of course. This mannequin was quickly becoming about as consistent and enjoyable as herpes. I would have jumped if I hadn't already known Fred was 4